will be more nice years ahead of us. This is my first wish, that I see everybody well, doing well, and be well, and everything else should go well.
Okay. Now, let's tell us your parents' name, your mom and dad's name, and where they were born.
Okay,
Do you remember?
I know only that they were born in Tomaszów Mazowiecki, Poland.
Uh-huh.
I don't know their ages.
Who's Mashawa Wyszewski? That's your...
Tomaszów Mazowiecki, Poland. That's the town I was born. My parents were born.
That was the name of the town, Mashawa?
Tomaszów Mazowiecki.
Okay.
In Poland, and
their
I
name?
know
Your parents' name?
my father was his name was Nathan, and my mother was Natalia. They called her Leia for some reason. I don't know why, but they all were born in Tomaszów.
They would have been born in the 1800s.
Just a moment. I don't know how old my father was when he passed away. He was young. I was 3 years old when my father passed away, and I was 9 years old when my mother passed away. I don't remember my father, but I do remember my mother.
So who took care of you?
She was sick, but we were living with an aunt of ours, and
it was just you, right? No sisters or brothers?
There was a brother. He was born before me, and he passed away before I was born.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, there was a boy, and he passed away, and later on I was born. So I never met him. We were living with aunt of ours, and I remember her just like today, the day she passed away. It was a Friday. We went on, in Poland they used to go out of town where people were going for vacation. And this morning of the day that she passed away, she sent me back to town, and she said, "I'll see you later."
She was going on vacation?
No, we were living there in a dacha, they used to call it. And she said, "I see you later," but the way she talked to me and everything, I just had a different feeling about it. It's not like many times I went to town, "I'll see you later," or something like that. And I went to town, and later on I heard that the aunt who was staying with us, she helped her to take a shower, to wash up and change linen, change everything she was wearing, and cut her nails and comb her hair like she was. No, she must know that she's going to die.
How old was she?
She was 49 when she
So you had 2 aunts that you were living with?
with one aunt.
And one was visiting?
No, that's the same aunt went with us to the dacha, to this place where it's a forest, and there are some, like here I would say, winter times you go to mountains over there, those cabins, kind of. And we were there every summer. We used to go but most of them over there. And I remember the day, and then later on in the evening, my grandmother, from my father's side, came over to me, and she told me that mother passed away. And I remember going from her place to my grandmother's house, and I was crying on the way. And they were living across the street from the synagogue, and people were, it was Friday night, like people go to pray, and people were asking my grandmother, "Why is this child crying so much?" And they said she just lost her mother.
Was it from a sickness?
She had tuberculosis.
Oh, tuberculosis.
Yeah, I did not know that till what was the sickness, but Vladek, cousin, he told he told me that that's what my father was sick at the same, and then my mother got.
So they both had tuberculosis.
They both died from tuberculosis. That's what I, that's
And
what
so you were visiting.
I remember.
How was your grandmother there? She was in this.
The grandmother was in town and I came to
I see,
town, but
okay.
I was with some people or friends, I don't remember. Then my grandmother came to pick me up, to bring me to her house. And on the way, she told me about my mother. I was 9 years old then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened to you after that? Who took care of
After
you?
that, I had relatives in town, you know, there was an uncle, my father's brother, and there was my father's sister, and one of the brothers was in Palestine at the time. There was a big family from my father's side. From my mother's side, almost nobody, just this aunt who was living with us.
What did your father do? You
don't
don't
know. I
So
wouldn't
how?
know.
So did?
I don't
how?
know.
Like where was the money to take?
I don't know.
Yeah.
She must have, because we
You
had
lived-
everything
you
what we
lived nice.
needed. Yeah.
You lived nice there in those
Very
times?
nice,
Yeah.
yeah. And then I had relatives, everything from my father's side. My mother's side, I really don't know much. I only know that my mother was a twin with another sister. This sister passed away before I was born, and they named me after her. And I know that there was a brother who left Poland and went to Russia, and he was a teacher over there. That's all my mother knew about him. Her parents were high-class people at the time, you know, if you were religious and you were, they used to tell me that my grandfather was sitting at the Gera Rabbi's table. That meant, I don't know if they were relative or just the COVID. He was a very, a person, that's what I heard about him. How should I say it? They thought he was a higher class person. All the family together.
Were you guys religious? Were you Shabbos? Everybody did?
My mother was not very religious at all, no. I mean, she was just average, but not religious like
Did you
the
have
parents.
rabbis in the family? Were there rabbis, like they say?
Not in the close
Not in the
family.
close
No, I don't really know much about the family. I only know that the mother's side was a very higher class people. And somebody told me, I don't know if it's true, that my father's, which was a very, very nice family, which I knew very well, was not enough high class at the time, you know. But somebody told me that they fell in love not like they used to be shidduch. They were just a first love, you know, something like that.
So that made it wrong there too, because in those days you supposed to have a shidduch.
That's right. And
So they were a little rebellious.
I don't know, but that's what I've been told, you know. And I know my mother has relatives in the United States, but I never knew anybody. The only one I really knew was Vladek, you know, from...
and how was he a cousin?
He was a cousin. He and my mother were first cousins, yeah. And all the people who live in Florida, they're all from my mother's side, and everyone is high class from home, every one of them. Because my mother was my grandmother, and Helen, and the rest of them, and the rabbis, all of them, their mother were first cousins. That means my grandmother and their grandmother were sisters. That's the way we are related. Yeah.
And so when she died, what happened to you? You stayed in Poland?
I stayed there. I was 9 years old. I went to school. I was staying for a while with my uncle. He was he was just like a father to me. And
do you remember his name?
Joseph. And I remember that I've been told, you know, later on that he was in love with my mother after my father passed away. But she did not want to remarry. This I know for sure. she never wanted to remarry after she lost her father, her husband.
Oh.
This I know for sure. But
So he must have been a pretty young man.
yes, and my mother never remarried, of course, and this uncle was like my father. That's the way I felt all the years. And he took most care of whatever I needed, everything. I really had everything I needed. I never felt that I'm short of something.
Did you feel was there any anti-Semitism at the time?
Terrible. I did not like Poland at all.
And so what years was this, like 30?
I was born in 1918. It's
So this
10
was
years
20s,
later.
late 20s.
Late 20s.
Okay.
I remember my grandmother used to warn me, don't go out, if you go out, don't look at the, the going, you never know. They have knives, they kill Jews, they hate us. And, we were very careful, and I just never liked Poland. When my aunt, the one who brought me to the United States, she was from my father's side.
Who brought you to Israel?
My father, my mother, no, that's from my father's side. There were two sisters that I knew, the one in Palestine and the one in Poland.
They're sisters to your father?
To my father.
Okay.
Then was this very rich uncle. He had a business like builder supply.
Oh.
He was very wealthy.
And he was where?
In Tomashov.
Oh,
He
in
was
the
living
same
in Tomashov. And then was one brother who went to Palestine by himself, and he married a rabbi's daughter, and he got so orthodox that we never met his family. And I came to Palestine. My aunt told me, you have an uncle here. He lives in Jerusalem, in the old Jerusalem. They call themselves Niturei Karta, and they never show us the family. He married. I had a picture of him that he was even not wearing a hat or anything. But when he married this rabbi's daughter, he got to be so orthodox that they were afraid to show us the children. And
And this is your father's brother?
A brother, yeah.
And do you know his name? Do you remember?
I don't know. I don't remember at this moment anyway. I don't remember his name. And he was living in Jerusalem, and I never met the children, but he used to come to see my aunt, his sister, and me to my aunt. He brought with him his own food and everything, and he couldn't touch anything else. And was telling us that Joseph is the oldest, and then he got, 7, 8 children. He was telling us what everyone is doing. The oldest sits in the yeshiva and
This is about his children?
by his children, he was telling us. But I never met his wife and my aunt either. He just didn't want anybody,
Well, let's go back. So how was it that they decided you should go to Palestine?
This aunt, fella's mother, used to come every year. They went to Palestine. I don't remember what year it was. I was maybe 1926 or 29, something. And she used to come visit her mother every year.
Your grandmother?
Yeah. And one time she said, maybe you should come to Palestine. What are you going to be here all alone? And
so that time you lived with a different aunt?
I was living with her sister.
Okay.
And we decided, and I didn't like Poland, I never did. And I decided, what do I have to sit in there? And another thing, I had to be, I couldn't be 18. I had to be younger, like 18, to get the affidavit. So it took them 3 months. So I came January 1936. I came to Israel.
So you would have been,
Palestine.
So you would have been
I was
18
years.
18.
I just finished school.
Okay.
And that's the way I got. She used to come every year and just.
So by then, how did you get back and forth? Did you go on a train, or how did they used to do
No, I
that?
went to a ship, and a ship, and I remember this Uncle Joseph took me, and I was crying and crying. He said, "Don't worry, we will be there too. I just have to sale this big business. It's not easy to do it because I don't want it to come.
This is in 19, what we say, 30?
That's in 1936 I came.
So
January.
you had already heard about Hitler?
Oh
and all
yeah,
that.
everybody said then you are lucky, you are living because Hitler is coming and that.
So they knew that they should leave too?
And my uncle knew that he has to get rid of those big business, but it was not easy to sail it. So as far as so he brought me to the ship, and he said, "Don't worry, we will see each other." I felt like I knew a father. All the years since my mother passed away, he was just like my father.
Were there cousins? Did he have children?
I had 2 children. He sent them to a Hebrew gymnasium, just special to learn Hebrew and get ready. And he had a wife. I particularly didn't so much care of her. She was from Lita, but she was, fine. And they were ready to leave, to go. But the war came before that. I heard from other people that they ran away and he got sick, so they came back to town, and just like they came in, the Nazis came into his house. They always took the very rich ones first, and they pulled out his wife with the 2 kids and took them to the middle of this little town. There was, I don't know, in Hebrew they say car, right in the middle, and they just killed them all.
Like a square, like they say a town square?
And they killed them all. That's what people told me.
And the Yosef too?
The Yosef and his wife and the 2 children. So.
How old would they have been, these children?
They were younger like I was.
So they were in their early teens, maybe?
They must be in early teens. That's what people told me. I've been told by people who saw it that he was killed. The rest of the other end, she had a son and a daughter, and they all got killed. I don't know how, but they got killed.
So they were very smart in sending you away.
Yeah, this aunt in Israel thought that there is, I have a better future to be here, and I never liked Poland at all. So I just, 3 months before, I came in January, and in March I would be 18, it would be too late.
And so, but still to this day you know Polish though, right?
Oh yeah, oh sure, I need, to start to talk, I need a few minutes to
think
get
about
going.
it. That's pretty good considering I can't hardly remember Hebrew.
And I can read and write Polish very well, this I know. I did not forget that.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, Polish was, not that I don't care to use the Polish language.
Yeah.
Because I don't have good memory.
You don't have good memory.
Everything what I remember is
Dark.
you're always scared. Don't go here, don't go there, because you never know who's
There's a chance next year that Daniel will go on the March of the Living. They go to Poland. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this is something to see.
Yeah.
I believe that every young person should see it. It's just something about Poland. When I hear Jewish people speak Polish, it really gets to me.
Yeah.
I really don't feel that we should remember that.
Yeah.
But
So you went on, so they put you on a ship?
He put me on a ship. You had to be overnight, and I don't remember from where we left, but I was crying all night. I remember he was such
You didn't
a
know
good man.
anybody? You didn't know anybody, right?
No one, but she sure not. And he said, don't worry, we will see each other. I know I just have to stay the business to be able to make a living over there. How can I leave such a big business and go? So that's exactly what happened, and then I started a new life.
So you went to live with the aunt, and
I went to live with the aunt, and they had...
What was her name, do you remember?
In Polish they still used to call her Gucia, like a Gittel, like, that it was her name. And they were, my family, and then one...
She had family of her own?
She had Fela, and Sesha.
So you lived in the same, you grew up with
and
Fela.
there was a son. The son passed away. He was still alive when I was there. He went Gymnasia Herzliya, you know. And he was very bright, and I don't know, when I left later on, she was not alive anymore, but he passed away. He got sick all of a sudden, and he was gone. So it just fell on Sasha, and then Sasha passed away. So it just fell out.
The children passed away before they...
No, after.
Oh, this was after.
Yeah, the aunt used to come to us, to Pardes Khana, very often. I don't think you remember. For months, especially during the war, they were afraid, you know, about leaving Tel Aviv, and there wasn't food you have to buy on the black market or whatever. So she and her husband used to come for months. They just loved to be in Pardes Khana, always. So she was the only really close relative I had, yeah.
All right, so when you got off the boat, they were the aunt. And where did she live, Tel Aviv?
She was in Tel Aviv, so I went, I stayed with her till one time. I came on the ship, I met a couple with two daughters. I don't remember their names anymore. And
how long was the trip? Was it just
2 weeks,
2 weeks?
14 days, I believe. A very nice couple with two daughters. One was my age, so we kind of got friendly. And for some reason, we were in contact. We talk, you know, just seeing each other. They were in Tel Aviv for a while, and then they moved to Pardes Khana. So she said to me, you know, why don't you come to visit?
How many years after that?
That was, I came in 36,
So you were 18?
and that was, when did I came to Pardes Khana? Some years later, I don't remember,
So
I came to visit, and you know, just I liked Pardes Khana, small town, nice, and then I met your father.
How did you meet? Do you remember how you met?
Over there, yeah, there was one restaurant only, so I met him over there, and we kind of got, you know, in contact.
Grandma's video. Yeah.
And, you know, he came to visit me, and I visited him. And it didn't take very long. And then later on, I just decided that I liked Pardes Khana. And we got married in Pardes Khana.
So how long do you think you were, like, seeing him?
Not very long. I don't know, maybe
Less than a year?
close to a year or something like that.
But what did you do in Tel Aviv? Did you have a job?
Oh no, they had a factory in the house making ties,
Oh, I
you
see.
know. So I was helping out.
helped
That's
them.
what was perfect for me. You know, I just helped. I learned they were sewing by hand. You know, and then later there was like here, in the Hebrew they call it tarucha. Everybody brings his things out. And you try to, you know, people come out and buy, what they call it, if you come to a place where everybody brings his merchandise.
Oh, like
What they call it?
A market. It's like a market?
It wasn't, that's just for a few weeks, for a month or something. And I was very good then. I was surprised myself how good I was selling. I was selling them just like that. So my aunt wanted me to be there every day, and I sold the most. And then the rest of the time, I was just always
There weren't other men that came, you didn't meet any other men or anything?
I had friends, you know. There were people from Tomashov I knew.
Oh, there were others?
Yeah, so we used to get together. Yeah, we were friends, and you know. I was young too. I was married, I was 21. So, and I was a year already. So from 18 to 20, it's just 2 years, you know. So I knew people, but all were people from our town, most of them, in the 2 years. So it wasn't.
Did your aunt, was they upset that you were leaving the Tel Aviv?
No.
Felt good you met somebody?
She said, if that's what you like, you just go. And later on, she even liked it more, because she was constantly coming with him and visiting, and they were staying for a couple months, going back home. The owner was a very nice man, a very, very nice man.
So when was your wedding date? August?
It was August the 1st,
What year?
39. Yeah, and then they were already kind of talking of a war, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't easy, of course, it was never easy in Israel.
Right.
Independent, you know, in the war and other wars. It was just like in Israel, life in Israel.
Maybe this is a good time to go back, not to stop, but to go back and tell a little bit how Dad got there.
From him,
what you know.
From him, as far as I know, is he was in Latvia. He was born in Latvia.
Yeah, his parents' name.
His parents were in Latvia, and the city was what they called it. I forgot the name of the city he was born. And he went to the Akshara, you know, you had to be a year on the Akshara to get the okay, to get affidavits to get to Palestine. So he came.
Why did he want to go to Palestine?
He just was a Zionist. He always wanted to be there. So he went for, that's what he told me. I've been told by many people that they knew him as a little boy. He always wanted to go to Palestine, so he went for a year to the Akshara, and then he got the affidavit. He came to Palestine in Karkur. You know, Karkur was next to Pardes Chana, just like Kansoblask in, you know, in Omaha. And he was in the kibbutz over there. Yeah, this was a kibbutz from Europe. A lot of them were from Latvia. But after 3 months, he said, no, that's not the kind of life I wanted to be independent. So where did he go? Next to it, to Pardes Chana. And he started to work for a builder for some few years. And he was doing very well and decided to go in business for himself. So,
and we'll go back, and his mother's name was Sephora, and what was the father's name?
Sephora, and the father was Ben Zion.
Ben Zion, okay.
Yeah, and the only...
And he had a lot of sisters and brothers, all right?
He had only...
Oh, he had the one brother.
He had one brother who got killed and 2 sisters.
That's right. Those are some of the pictures on him,
Yeah, and they all are gone.
And they got killed from the war.
As far as I know, they had a little building or place, or I guess upstairs, you know, where they rented. So this young couple came, the war started, they came and begged them to come with them and ran away. And his father said, I know everybody here. They will, all the goyim know me. Nobody will do anything. We don't have to worry about that. And
did he come from a pretty well-to-do home too, or
I would
you know what it was like?
I would say average. I never heard about big money or something like
but
that.
He felt that but my grandfather felt that he was secure there.
He was secure there. I work here. I know every goy in town, and nobody's going to do me anything.
Well, what year did he come? Do you remember?
He came. I think he came in I came in 1956. He came in 1953.
Okay, so he's been there
3 years before.
So by the time you met him, he was already in Pardesana.
He was in Pardesana. He was working for this one builder,
and
he was planning to start to do it for
himself.
himself. Yeah.
Okay.
And he was doing very good. There's no question about it. It was a hard.
So he never saw any of his family again after that?
No. We still were in contact as long as Russia was in charge of Latvia, you know. So he used to get letters from them. That's the way I learned to write Yiddish. You know,
so you never met them?
I never met them, but only in letters. So they write to each other till they stopped, you know.
And then you had
got in, and of course he killed them all. Yeah, this one brother, they took him in the Russian army, and they put all those Latvian people right in front of them, you know. I mean, the soldiers right in front. So that's what somebody told us later on. They killed all the Latvian, Lithuanian, all those first,
Mhm.
and then
And then they.
send their own, yeah.
Mhm.
And
Was he
they
the-
never heard from him. The day they took him to the army, he must got killed immediately.
Right. Where was he in the position? Was he the oldest, the youngest?
He was he was the oldest.
oldest.
Yeah.
And
The
then
next one was the brother, and then
and
was the one sister and another.
no, do you remember the names of all the children?
No.
I think you wrote it on one of the pictures. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I
If
remember
I go through the pictures, I would maybe remember.
Yeah.
But the one thing, the mother with the sisters wanted to go away. Just they didn't know where, just to run
They had
away.
to get away.
But he said nothing to worry about. That's when this couple we met in Israel.
And this couple, do they lived in the?
They lived in Israel later on.
No, they lived in above them.
in
I
their
see.
apartment or something.
So was it? How did you end up? Did they look you up? Did they look up
They
Dad?
look him up in the
Oh.
same, like in Brazil. You remember?
Oh yeah.
She was a cousin to Dad from the father's side. She was going to the university in Riga, and over there the war started at the time. And then some way she got, I told you the story about her, she was saved by a Nazi, you know.
Oh, no, I don't remember.
Yeah. If you wanted to
No,
start
let's do a little
you
bit
know.
more. A little bit more.
And when she got through the war, he find her in the ghetto. He recognized that they were to the university, they were going together or something. And he took her out in a van from there. He had a wife and children and parents. The Nazi.
He was taking a pretty big risk.
Yes, she lived in the basement. He was living with his parents, his wife and his children. They were all living together in an apartment or a house, I don't know the details. And they put her in the basement. And she was in this dark basement for a couple years or something. Then the war was over, and they decided to run away, the family, you know. So he told her, if you want it, you can go with us. You're going to Brazil. So she said, I will go only if you promise me that you will never knew me and you will not know me anymore. After we come there, we go separate ways. And
She did that to protect him?
To protect herself, I believe so. And they came to Brazil, and she knew languages a lot. She was very intelligent. You know, that's what she...
What was her name?
Doesn't
come to me.
At this moment, yeah.
I know.
Anyway, she was lucky. She met a Jewish boy, a doctor, and his parents were from Poland years before the war. He was established and wealthy, very wealthy, and she was working in export-import, because you have to know languages. And then she married him. She had twins.
So
Immediately,
so
she
Dad,
was not young at all when she married him. Yeah, she
So-
had the children.
how did they get back in touch with each other? How did you?
With us? That was a funny thing. And at this time, everybody on the radio, every day you heard people looking for somebody. But we thought everybody was gone. One time, I remember I went to the post office to mail a letter or something. And what you call them, the one who managed the
postmaster?
Postmaster said to me, I heard on the radio today, somebody's looking for David Schwalb. He said, I wrote down immediately a telephone number because he was living 2-3 blocks away from us, and everybody in Pakistan, I knew everybody. So he gave me the number, and Dad came home, and I said, you better go to this telephone. He didn't have a telephone, nobody had. Go to the post office or someplace and call. And they were his parents visiting in Israel just the last 2 days.
2
No, they were already a couple of weeks. They were the last
last 2
2 days.
days, yeah, and
The
then,
last 2 days, and we called them, and they came for a day,
wow.
and they told us the story about what happened and everything. And of course, we got in contact with them. She sent us. I have those big pictures from her wedding. Did you see them?
I'm sure I just
Yeah,
don't remember.
and she told us all her story. How I am sorry that Dad never kept this letter. This was a letter of many
Yeah.
pages. All what she went
went
through from
through.
the very beginning, being in college and all this stuff. Very
So is
beautiful
are they
girl.
still in Brazil? Do we
She
do
does
it?
still, but
We should.
stopped a few years ago, the connection. Till a few years ago, we were in contact.
So you
know,
probably
she
have
kept-
letters. Did you keep any letters? They're probably downstairs. You didn't keep address or letters?
The address I have, but not,
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know, when I wrote to her one time, that's good that I knew to write Yiddish, I wrote to her a letter and told her that Dad is very sick. If she ever wants to see him, this is the time to do it. But I did not tell him that I wrote the letter.
Oh, that's when she came,
And
wasn't it?
then she wrote to me back,
Mhm.
and she told me that she wanted to see him. She didn't see him since they were little children. And I told her how sick he is and everything. So there was a festival. Do you remember when they came?
I do, yeah, I do
And,
remember.
she was just, she couldn't take it. She was constantly running to the bathroom and crying there. And he, as a doctor, he explained to me, he said, it will not take long.
That was Pesach.
There was
2 more
Pesach
months.
time. And then we were still in contact for many years. Maybe 5, 6 years ago, we stopped only for Rosh Hashanah. I used to write to her longer letters and telling her what's going on, what my children are doing. And she always did it short, very short. And eventually, just...
Didn't work out. So, once you got married, how many houses do you think Dad built in part of her?
A lot.
A lot?
A lot.
A lot.
I mean, consider how big the city, little town
So he
was.
really progressed it.
Just progressed. He was doing very well. Then was a time when he was in an accident and he hurt his leg
Right.
and he couldn't work. So he was working for the government building for the newcomers for some years. And he was really doing well.
Can you go back and tell a little bit about the Haganah? What was it with Dad?
Haganah, oh yeah, he was at the time when we married, young people, he was 24 years old. He went, first thing he went to be a gafir. A gafir is like a policeman for the government, A lot of Jewish boys did that because they wanted the Jewish boys to learn to use, if something comes up, to know how to use ammunition, any kind of, and learn and to know what's going on anyway there. And so he was a gafir, and he was in the Haganah. And then when the war started, he was just going most of the time. He was not home. When Nancy was born, she was 9 months old when he went to the war, and he was there for another 9 months, just coming home for a few hours or a day or whatever, not much.
This is still Palestine, right? Still when it's Palestine.
In the independent war, he was going constantly. Every time something happened, he was there, or even nothing
So
happened.
do we ever know if he was like in really serious trouble, or if he was, was he ever, I guess every time he was in danger.
When the English, the military was there, if you were in the Haganah, that was underground, there.
Right.
And then, it's just constantly, as long as you live in Israel, you are always do something with the
So you, every
military.
time you said goodbye, you weren't always sure he'd be
One
back?
time, I remember one particular time, they were fighting around Kvarvitkin. Kvarvitkin is close to Netanya, I believe. and he came home, and that was one time I saw him crying, because he said he came in the evening for 2 hours only, just to be able to go back. And he said, I almost got killed. I said, what happened? He said there were bags, big bags with sand, you know, and they were laying on the ground. He was very close. All of a sudden, what you call it, a kadur,
A bullet?
a bullet got into the sand right next to him, but got so close to his ear. It was just as close as could be, but instead, God forbid, like you said, to get to him, got into the sand, and he showed it to me. He said, didn't need much, you know, very little, to be, you know, to be in his ear. That was one time that he said, I don't know how I got out of it, but it was rough.
But this was a choice, I mean, did he have to do?
That was a choice. There is not even a question. Somebody could not go in the army, wasn't happy about. Everybody wanted to.
But you didn't have, but the Haganah was not really part of the army, right? It was a.
Oh, not before the independence.
Right,
It was
all
not the
undercover.
army. Later on was the army, you know.
Oh.
But then he fought.
Later on, that became the beginning of the army.
That's right. Then he fought every war, you know. He wasn't anymore in the 67, but in the 58 and in the 48, in between, you go to Imunim, what they call, and
Well, in
you just go.
58 is when we left, though.
But yeah,
So there was-
before that, till 58, he was constantly there. And then, you know, it's just, that's the way the life in Israel is, even today.
Right.
They go to a month, a year, you know, and if they need them more, they go more. That's what life is about.
Yeah. So what happens meantime while he's gone? Did you do the business?
I did everything. I had a guy who I taught them how to make blacks, and I sold them. Everybody in town stopped doing business, but the military didn't help you much with money. They didn't have it. So most people had to have something going for them. So before he went, a long time before, he used to make blocks, if you remember that, he had in the backyard, and they saved them to build, you know, for people. And I taught a lot of people, the newcomers, they were looking for a little work, you know. So I taught them how to make blocks, and they made them, and then I was working
Who
them,
bought them?
and I sold them.
Who bought them?
The people who were still doing things, building, I saw them before they even got ready to go, you know. I was doing very well with them. In one time, I remember this one guy, a newcomer, he didn't want to work so hard. I showed him how to make those blocks, and he started, and I used to look out from the window and just see, you know, what he's doing. And one time I look out, he was not there. It was a big pile of mixed cement ready for a block, and he's not there. And then to get cement, it wasn't an easy thing. It was expensive and not easy to get. So I went out and I started to make bricks myself. That's where my back comes in. And I made. Just about, I was almost finished. Dad came in they were driving by Pardes-Chana, and they let them out, the Pardes-Chana people. And he came in, he just shook his head, he couldn't believe it. He said, how could you do it? I said, how could you throw away cement, you know? And I made a pile of bricks. Yeah, I remember that just like today, just like today.
The house that we lived, the house that we saw in Israel wasn't the first house you lived in.
That was the first house. But we were living in an apartment, it's just in a house where they rented to you, you know, a room with a little kitchen.
Was Nathan?
No, Nathan. Everybody was born in
that house.
Yeah, 2 years later, after we got married, we started, but we did not build the whole house at once. We built first a little bed, bedroom, and a living room and a kitchen, and then we add to it another bedroom, another, you know.
As the family grew.
Just as, yeah.
Do you remember what the addresses of that house?
There was just.
Did they have addresses?
In our time, there wasn't even a.
You didn't have an address?
It was just Pardes Khana.
But now it has addresses, though.
Now it has the address, yeah.
Yeah, because if I were to go by myself, I wouldn't know where Mati took me.
You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't, I mean, I wouldn't know.
I think they call it Rav Akiva or something now. That's what they call it.
Yeah, huh.
Yeah, it's.
So, this whole time, is Dad in touch with Uncle Ben?
Oh, yeah.
This was the
yeah.
only relative?
In 1949, Uncle Ben came to visit.
And he was in touch up to
Yeah,
then?
and he's, after the war, he came.
And this was his mother's brother?
He was, no, he was a mother's
brother.
His mother and Uncle Ben, they were sister and brother.
Sister and brother, yeah.
Yeah, and he came and he said that you wanted to work as hard in the United States the way you work here, you'll be a millionaire. And I promise you that. So, but he didn't want to hear about it. He said, I came to build the country, you know, at the time. But later on, when he was in an accident and he couldn't work, he went to, they wanted him to come just to visit. So he went there, and sure enough, he liked what he saw. And a year later, we had the papers.
Right, yeah, that part I can kind of remember where we all, I can kind of remember the day we all left. Everybody was crying.
Yeah, everybody was crying. Dad was crying, everybody.
Sure.
You know, to go through so many countries.
Well, do you think it had more to do with the land of opportunity or with just Nathan getting older? And
consider everything. First thing, we were afraid of the army because, you know, Dad was fighting all the years and he said, enough is enough. I have to think about the children. It's not only him, it's you and everybody else. And then we were doing well financially, but he wanted to be with his uncle. That was a big reason. He said, I don't have any, I didn't have anybody except my aunt. The aunt was gone and the uncle was gone and the cousin was gone. I just had the two cousin sisters. And he had nobody except far relatives, friends, you know. And he really wanted to be, he loved his uncle, he really did. And he said, why can't we live together? I will always make my living in the United States if I work as hard in it.
But did he find that to be, well, he didn't have very many years to make the dream.
6 years.
But,
and the beginning was not very easy, you know, because you don't know the language and you have to learn the way they built here. But it didn't take him too long, really.
But Uncle Ben really didn't come through for help, did he? Did he really help a lot?
He didn't. He helped in the beginning, like to see that we have apartment, and you know, he came to visit, he saw what we need and stuff like that. But later, you really don't need anymore the, you know, his help. You start to work and build by yourself. First thing, he was working for somebody just to learn how they built here, but it's not the same. And then later on, you just build by it started to go pretty good in the last couple of years. Yeah, it started to go pretty good.
When did he realize that he wasn't feeling good? I mean, when did all that
He
start?
started to complain of headaches. You know, he had headaches. He went to the doctor. They gave him stronger medication, and finally got to be worse, and they checked it out. And I did not let them tell him because I knew that he knows it would be terrible. And he.
How long did he live with this? I don't know.
Not very long.
Before they.
I did maybe 4 or 5 months.
Oh, 4 or 5 months.
Yeah. then when they opened it, the doctor, Dr. Brown, told me there's nothing I can do, nobody can do. I asked him maybe I should take him to Rochester.
So get it right there, yeah. Yeah, and he said no.
And the doctor said there is nothing you can do, it's all,
Yeah.
it's all over.
Nowadays, they probably would have had lots of fun.
Well, they still, a lot of people died, they didn't have to go.
Who is it? Okay. All right, we'll do some more. Thank you, Mommy. I like it. I like it.
I wonder,
No.
it's so good to have you.
No.
What would they do if they didn't have you? I don't know what they would do.
Who's that?
Who was it, Josh?
Who was it, then?
Tell them no.
Dale likes to see me cry.
You
You're
got it?
on the phone.
Yeah.
Hello?
Stop it, turn it off.
Yeah.
Where's the off button?
This is a continuation of the other
Then
tape,
it got to be too late
talking
for
about
many
her
people.
uncle,
Another
missionary.
thing, who thought that would come a Hitler and kill 6
That's
million?
right, it's
Did
still,
anybody...
this was in 36, so it was,
But in
Started in 33.
1933,
yeah, it started in 33.
in 1933, they start already, Hitler started to kill the, in Germany, or in Vienna, people heard already they killing the Jews. It was clear, but, you always think, it's not going to come up to here. And then when they started to run, it was too late,
Yeah.
It was just too late. They couldn't do anything. And I don't know, today would be different because they would fight.
They would, yeah.
Yeah, then.
But even to this day, what does Mrs. Leff say why the Jews didn't do they try to fight or they went willingly?
I don't know.
Mhm.
They went willingly to be killed. They just took
But
them.
they didn't always know
There was in Warsaw, how do you call it?
Warsaw
They were
Uprising.
fighting,
Underground.
underground.
They're
And
underground?
Jews
Mhm.
were there too, but that was already too late, And did I told you about this cousin in Brazil, didn't I?
Can I
Yeah,
play?
you mentioned a but tell me again, because my memory is always. Tell me again.
She was a first cousin to Dad.
Right.
Miriam.
They visited us.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
visited us. And the same thing, like she was in a ghetto. She was gorgeous looking. You remember there was a picture?
She was like reddish
She went
brown.
to schools over there, and she was in the ghetto in the very beginning in Riga, I believe. I'm not sure of it, because she was going to school in Riga. And then father's family didn't run away, and they had a chance to run away. She had a chance to run away, and she did run away. I told you how
Yeah, it's still on.
a Nazi saved her life. He went to school with her. She was in the ghetto, and he was a Nazi. He went to this ghetto for some reason, I don't know what, and he recognized her.
Right from
Yeah,
before,
and
yeah.
at night, I believe, he had a van in his store. He took her out from there and saved her and took her to his house. He had a wife and children and a mother and a father. They were all living together, but they put them like in a basement with her. She was there a few years
Oh my.
till the war was over. And when the war was over, he said that
He really risked it because.
yeah,
they would have been.
And after that, he told her after the war, you can go with us to Brazil. And so, because he had to run away because they knew he was a Nazi.
Right.
And she did go with them, but under one condition, that when they get to Brazil, they don't know each other anymore. That's the end of it. So that's the way it was. She must be going around to Jewish people. was educated very much, and she got this job, she told me, import-export, you know.
Yeah, that's...
And then she met her husband, which was a doctor, he specialized in liver and kidneys and stuff like that, his own clinic. And they are doing very well. And
But what happened that we
I don't
never...
know, she stopped riding.
After Dad died, I guess, huh?
No,
No, for a
some
while.
years she was still riding.
What's her... Do you remember her name?
Yeah, her name was Miriam Fish. That was F-I-S-H.
Yeah, Fish.
Yeah. And she has a son, a doctor in New York. I don't know, I'm sure he graduated by now. And he's gone. And I don't have any contact with her anymore. I don't know what's going on with her. It's just, yeah, she came here once and I saw her and we had a good time together. It wasn't the best time being, you know. She came and
Dad
was
was
very
sick.
sick, yeah. And since then I never saw. She called
When
me.
did Dad get sick?
Oh, just a few months before
Before he died, yeah, it was a short time.
4 months.
4 months before he found... I remember a little bit about... I remember he lost his balance a lot.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I remember he lost his balance and...
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it didn't take too long.
Yeah, medicine in those days wasn't as good.
And I'm not sure they can hear today the same problem that they did 56 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think so, but I know much more
I don't know.
about that.
We had one friend whose father had a brain tumor and he just passed away. He lasted about 10 years. They were shocked though.
They were shot?
That he lasted that long. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but sometimes the doctors say they don't believe it, but most of the time they do know. They do know.
So if I remember the story, you met a girl on the ship who lived in Partisana, right?
Yeah.
And that's how you...
No, she did not live in Partisana. She was living someplace, and I met her on the ship. But
right.
then one of the daughters went to Partisana, lived in Partisana. One of the sisters.
Yeah, and you went to visit there, right?
And I went to visit.
That's where you met Dad.
Yeah, that was the time. But, you know,
What's your...
talking back, I married in August 1st, 1939. It's what...
well, 99 would be 60 years.
Yeah,
so
it's 58
years ago. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you boys one thing. Education helps a lot. And every one of my relatives, I mean, that's a fact. Whoever was educated had more chances to go ahead and did something, even in bad times like in the ghetto, you know. Like Vladek, like Dev's sister, you know, not sister, a cousin, you know, and people, because his sister were young girls, they were going, I assume at the time, maybe to public school because they were young. But that's what it saved, definitely, the ones who could do something, you know. Like I had a friend, she was very talented, she learned to sew, you know, and she was sewing for the Hitler's, those Nazi wives, you know. So that's the reason she's alive, absolutely. Yeah. So in life you never know what...
There's a family of the Nussbaum, he was a plumber. That's how he worked for the Nazis. He was a plumber for them.
Yeah, that's they needed, those people who knew to do things. The rest of them were not important anymore.
Yeah.
One is a professor at the university and
Maryland, yeah.
And the other one is psychologist in a school. I don't know what those girls would do if they would not go to school.
Right.
You know, they just didn't. was smart too, you know.
Oh, Marilyn was really smart.
Yeah. Did I tell you that she went to
Went to
Israel?
Israel, yeah.
Now she went after Yom
Oh,
Kippur.
so she's already
She
there.
went to Israel. She did teaching over there. You know, I don't know how long she's going. She gave up the job in
Yeah.
Maine.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's what it is.
She never married or anything.
No, she's a half year younger than you are. She was born, I believe, in April, I think so. And that's it. Yeah. I don't know, 6th grade,
Yeah, in
11.
Israel, yeah.
You just,
By the time he came here, he knew.
he knew some, but
Yeah.
I did help him.
Well, nothing went through high school. Well, he came as like a
Yeah, he was
sophomore.
a
Junior?
junior, I think. He was
Yeah.
16.
Well, that's usually sophomore, but maybe he was a
And he-
junior, yeah.
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 I think he was, but because he was just,
Just
he was in high school only a year and a half.
One and a
That's
half years a high school boy.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and he made the grades and everything, and you know, got to OMIU. But he worked very hard to get to this point. Yeah.
Sure, you have to work hard. I had it the easiest. I could start at the bottom at Kita Aleph.
He started Kita Aleph,
Yeah.
first grade.
First grade here.
Do you remember, maybe you don't, when you came here, the first week, this cousin Ruben took us, me, you, and Nancy, and Nathan to go to register in school. It was the Sydney.
Sydney did?
Yeah.
You
You
know,
kind of remember
I
that?
kind of remember a little bit because he
we
was so
went to a
handsome.
school which was very close where we were living over there.
On 42nd? No, 40, where did we stay?
36, 37
Yeah.
And you know, and you went to the school, the first few days, you came back and you were crying. You said the teacher said to bring something to school, and you remember that?
Yeah.
And I don't understand. I don't know. You didn't want to go back.
Of course.
And I said, look, the teachers know that you don't know the language.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Whatever it is, she will write me a note. And she will let us know. And you didn't want it, but you know, you said, I need to know what the teacher wanted me to bring, and I don't know what.
I wanted to please the teacher. I wanted to be. we have sometimes Russian kids now at our school. Well, they can't come to our school until they've had a lot of English now.
Oh, they have
they're required to have.
Oh, they have private lessons.
They have in our cage, our place. We have a Russian. Yeah, we have a Russian representative that helps these new immigrants who work with them, and well, they have to go to regular public school before they're allowed to come to us.
I see.
Yeah.
Is everybody coming?
Hi, Ann.
I'm going home.
Hi. Oh, it says. He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, I asked
Nancy in the picture?
Nancy one time, what do you do with the money you get here and there? He spends on clothes.
He likes, but he has a job. He has a. I mean, he spends a lot of money for himself.
Yeah.
He has a lot of gadgets. I think he likes stuff. He likes like in his room he has his own VCR and his own TV. He bought all that stuff.
By himself.
Yeah, he likes all that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them are very nice.
They're beautiful. Yeah.
Grandma thought it was nice.
There is a card, yeah, just to sign all the family. Thank you for flowers.
They're beautiful.
Sorry. That's the reason I remember the Polish people were such anti-Semitic. Oh, and they Jew, they, for them to say Jew, there was just, because 90 or 80, I don't know how big the percentage is, they are Catholics there. And they were not, I mean, they hate Jews. They still believe, I guess now the Pope just in Italy, they apologized. Did you read that? They
Yes,
apologized for the way they behaved, the Jews during the war.
Yeah, you remember the sermon on Rosh Hashanah from the rabbi there?
Yeah.
He's trying to make them, in Rosh Hashanah here at Bethel, this rabbi gave a sermon on how he's trying to build a relationship between Poland and the Jews.
That's right.
Well, yeah, in some ways he is. He's gone to Poland and he's starting youth groups there.
And there are still people in Poland that believe the Jews drink blood from...
Make them out those ones.
Yes, this is he said so, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He said there are people that believe that Jesus was killed by Jews, that the Jews were drinking the blood from, and there are many, you will not change their mind, not at all.
Yeah, no, I know, because they're ignorant. They don't know.
They don't know
They've
anything
been
else.
brainwashed.
Some maybe never saw a Jew, but still they hate him because that's the way it goes generation to generation. You know, they don't have even a reason. I saw one time a movie about the Polish people in one of the farms. Thanks God, the Jews are out. I feel so much safer. They are gone. It was a movie kind of, you know, it wasn't like a movie, but more like biography, you know.
Or
From all the Polish since the war, what happened to people, how the Polish feel after the war. You know, and they said the Jews were making most money. They didn't want to work. The Jews were not working. We were working, and they made the money. It's just in their mind, you know. It's something.
You can go see. I doubt it, but go check it out.
Where you going?
Is this on or off?
It's videoing right now.
Oh, why don't you turn it?
Yeah, turn this off.
No, it's okay. If we're in tow.
Where are you going, guys?
We're gonna go to JTT.
They're gonna see if the
Should
JTT
shut it
is
off?
open. I don't think it's open, but they can look.
Yeah, you can see, but I'm
Should we shut
sure
it off?
it's closed with it.
Wait, just tell me what to do.
To shut off, all you do is you push this
Turn
red
it off,
button.
Nessa. You don't have to.
This?
No, you push this red button.
Yeah,
I
and
forgot.
Then you push this red button and then you turn this to lock.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm
Okay.
sure
Can you
it's
go?
closed, but take a look. Maybe it's open. I'm not sure. Maybe you guys wanted to go watch at Nathan's, you know, at football.
Tonight?
What time?
Games at...
What time is the game?
At 7.
So you will already finish the dinner here. You don't have to worry. You finish eating dinner, and then it would be nice if you have a kippah here.
Oh, for
You
dinner.
have
You have
kippah.
kippahs in the car?
Yeah. I want
Yeah, be sure to have the kippah.
Well, you can go back home. Well, you have your hat, but that's not the same.
No, not the head, the
Make
kippah.
sure not to get in front of it.
Okay.
Yeah, to get the kippah, and you finish with dinner, and that'd be a good time for you to go, and you will watch TV there.
You turn it off
So-
for a while.
Shut it off? Okay.
Good. I thought it would focus, though. How do you get it to focus? See, they leave me these things, and...
Lot of friends around before even you went to the kindergarten. They always and they used to come to our home, and you play with them, and you were the teacher, and you were singing with them, you know. You were a good baby.
You were a good baby? I didn't cry much?
Very good. Just one time you were very sick. There was a strike from the doctors, and you were very sick. But we had, from Czechoslovakia, we had a tenant and the other, the
Behind us?
building.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And he, just because he was friendly with us, and so he was with me coming and going all day, all night. You were very sick. I don't remember even what the sickness was.
Really?
And he said they will not accept you in the hospital because the most doctors are gone, just the emergency doctor. It was terrible, but he got better. He was watching over you all the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a time when I, hid? What was the story when I was hiding?
Yeah,
under the
yeah.
bed or
So
something?
you were in my bed, and we were looking for you in all the neighborhood. Everybody
Yeah.
ran there, you know. And Edith went once again. We went through a few times the house, you know, and we couldn't find you. And then Edith went again, and she found you under my cover,
Yeah, I
in my
can't
bed,
remember that
sleeping.
story.
It was so scary. I don't know. It was terrible. But you started to go to the little kindergarten when you were just tiny, just maybe, I don't know, you were 2.5 years, whatever, the youngest. And it was very close to us, not too far. And then you went to kindergarten. And, you know, it's just everything, you started pretty young. Everything started early. I had, you know, pregnancy wasn't as easy, but not really so bad when she was little. So, but you started really early, and you loved the kids. I remember that then
The
even.
kids.
You loved kids. You always wanted to be around, you know, children or
Yeah.
whatever, yeah. And you just started the first Kita Aleph, you know, when we left.
Right.
A short time.
Was I a pretty good student overall?
Very good. Yeah.
Because I kind of remember just,
Very good.
I remember I had a little trouble with reading.
Not.
No?
No. You were doing very well. Very well. You know, I never had a problem. No, you never had a problem. Even here, if you remember, you start school after the first half year of school, you brought home a straight A. I remember that. Just like that, I couldn't believe it. How, you know, how fast you were
learning all that
learning
stuff.
all the stuff, yeah. It was going very fast. In general, children have less problems. You know.
Oh yeah, they can pick up a lot faster.
Yeah, that's right.
Overall.
They pick up much faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were pretty good friends with Marilyn.
Yeah, I remember her a little bit.
Yeah.
Should try to get in touch.
Who would think such a good-looking girl and everything? But the way I see it, and that's what Rosa tells me too, nobody's good enough for her.
I hope that doesn't happen to someone else we know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you missed the whole part about me. What a cute little girl I was.
Right. She sure was cute.
What a good student I was.
She was a good student. And she was, Daniel, she was, she loved to teach when she was 2 years old. Tiny
I was
little
already
baby.
bossing people around.
No, she always was surrounded with kids her age, and she was the teacher. I remember like today, she was standing in the middle of the round where the kids were sitting on the grass, and she was teaching them. She was maybe 3, 4 years old, I don't remember, teaching them to sing. And you start to sing very early. I'm surprised.
Oh, I sing terrible now.
Yeah.
Singing is not...
know, you were learning all the songs what Nancy was in school.
Mm-hmm.
And every song she brought in, she started to sing, you sing after her, you knew it.
Mm-hmm.
And you were a year and a half, and I swear that's the truth. I came to your room, you were standing in your crib, you know, and you were singing Mashlomcha Gozalai. You know what Gozali is? Gozali is when bird baby.
Oh, a baby bird? Oh,
Gozal, yeah.
Something about birds.
You were singing, and I said, no, that couldn't be. It couldn't be. And I left
such an
the room,
intelligent child.
and later on, I told Edith, I said, I heard the singing, but I better don't say nothing because they will say, oh, Mother is
always
showing over bragging. So she came in. She was really anxious to hear. She came in quietly. We were standing in the hall, you know, talking quietly, and we heard you singing Mashlom Chem Goes Alive. And you were a year and a half.
Oh, I was so bright.
I don't know. I thought you'd be an opera singer. Or something.
No, and I don't like to sing now. I don't sing well at all. It's not in our blood, is it, guys?
You guys don't sing? Not one of you?
Really?
Not.
In that either? Nobody?
We sing, but we're not very good at it.
It's not our best
It's not
thing.
your best. So
Remember when Deborah told
you know what
you to
they say,
be quiet and
Netta?
not sing so much? She used to tell me that you should not sing too loud in the choir.
But you know
Soft
what?
key.
You guys have other malot. You know what
Other-
mala is? Malot? How
Other,
you say in
other
English?
gifts or talents or
Malot
abilities? Abilities?
You got like gifts.
Gifts,
for
right, yeah.
Mala is, I can look it up in that. In my,
Is there,
yeah, I
well,
have
you
to-
don't, you mean, but,
I have to know what they say.
malot? I never heard of it, have you?
Mala is one and malot is a lot.
Right, a lot of what?
Malot, you are talented.
Talent, a lot of
Something,
gifts.
Something like that. I always have because sometimes I don't understand a word. I like to check it.
Oh, somebody needed a Hebrew-English dictionary the other day.
I have a dictionary for you like this.
You have one like that?
Yeah, like that. I'm
Don't one of
sure.
you needed that for class? I remember you asking.
I got mine.
You talk some Hebrew. Practice with your relatives like you practiced your Spanish.
What did I say in English? They say
Talents or
talented.
gifts?
Let me see what talented would say. S-T-S.
Wear your glasses, man.
Mom.
That's it?
Is it yours?
Not mine.
Okay.
Talent. It's not real clear, is it? Does that mean it comes on? Given Western. We got it. Start over. Got it.
My name is Ben Rubin. I was born in Varklan, Latvia, February 19th, 1937. I came to this country in March of 1938. Because of the change in the political climate in Latvia, it is now a democracy. In June of this year, I went back to Latvia. We left Newark, New Jersey in 7 hours and 45 minutes. We were in Prague, the Czech Republic. We waited 1 hour, and in an hour and a half, I was in Riga. When my parents came with my two brothers in 1938 from Riga, Latvia to New York City, it took 8 days.
Wow.
Our elapsed time was something like 12 hours this time.
Isn't it something?
We had a guide by the name of Edith Bloch, B-L-O-C-H. If anyone's seeing this would like to go to Latvia, please call me in Kansas City, 913-338-0986.
Can I interfere, ask questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Is Varklan the same place that my father was at?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
he was born there.
I know, that's what I'm trying to
Yes.
put all the pieces together.
Now, my father, Bensel Rubin, is the uncle of David Rubin,
David Schwalb.
David Schwalb,
Right.
father of Netta,
Right.
wife of Paula Schwalb,
Daughter.
daughter and,
Right.
Yeah.
We got that
Okay.
part straight.
Yeah.
okay. Anyway,
But you know
Go
how
ahead.
we got to be uncle? Because the uncle and my mother-in-law were sister and brothers. That's right? Your father
and my,
and David's mother
Were
were
both
sister
and brother.
Okay,
That's
good.
a fact.
right, that part I actually
Right.
knew.
and David is always held a special place because he is the only survivor on my father's side.
Yes, that's true.
He's the only survivor. Well, anyway, we get to Riga. We take a wonderful one-day tour of Riga with Edith Bloch. She shows us all of the Yiddish places. And then the next day, which happened to be Friday, June the 13th, in my case, not an unlucky day,
Yeah.
we went to Verklan. There is one Jew left in Verklan.
Oh.
And his name is Shalom Siegel. And as it turns out, he's a second cousin of mine, which I didn't know at the time that I was there.
Wow.
But his biologic mother and my mother's uncle
Yeah.
were brother and sister.
I see. That's a relation.
It was, which we didn't know that. Well, anyway, he now owns a bakery there in Brookline. It's the only bakery for all the towns around. Why am I telling you this? I asked him, he's 51 years old. He was born in 1946, so he did not suffer the war. I asked him, how were you able to start a bakery? Because he was working in a state-owned factory. The state-owned factory went broke, and he needed work. So he said, well, he said a friend or relative, he wasn't sure which, by the name of Valinsky from New York,
Do you hear that?
gave him $1,000. And then he borrowed the rest from a bank. So I asked him, is his first name Harry? And he didn't know. But anyway, he got the $1,000 from Harry Valinsky, as I later found out, and he borrowed the rest from the bank. He's been in business about 3.5 years. He has 16 employees. He has 3 trucks, and he bakes 4,000 loaves of bread a day.
Wow.
And he delivers bread to all the small towns around Brookline.
Why is he the only Jew left? I mean, why is he still there, I guess is a better question.
He married a non-Jew woman,
Oh, okay.
and apparently he did not get along well with his father. His father went into Russia during the war. He survived, came back, and his father eventually moved to Israel, and he died in Israel.
Okay.
But apparently he made peace with his father before his father died, thank goodness. I don't know the full story there.
Okay.
But anyway, and I have pictures. He bakes the bread in the basement of this building, and on top of the building he sells retail. He has kind of like a delicatessen, a Brookline delicatessen. It's not like an American delicatessen, but I'll tell you this, his bread was just simply delicious. If he were in this country, he would do very well, because he knows how to bake
He makes a
good
good
bread.
living.
How is
Well, he
it?
makes very good living, I think. 4,000 loaves a day, Paula. This is a soft bread. Need this
For this area.
How is it that he connected with Harry Valinsky for the money?
Well, Harry Valinsky is now 83, but since 1991, since the change in the government, he has gone back to Brookline 3 times.
Oh.
And
What did we say yesterday about Harry Valinsky? Just a friend or a relative?
he's a distant relative of some kind.
He
I don't
is
know. He's a distant.
some distant relative to your mother.
Yes. And he and Harry Novak were the same age and went to Cheder together. And they were good friends then. Well, anyway, I got back to this country. I called Harry Valinsky, and I told him that Shalom sends his regards. And he says, Shalom who? And I said, how many Shaloms do you know? He said, Shalom Siegel in Brookline. So he asked me, how did I know Shalom Siegel? I said, I just got back from there. And he was so happy that someone in the mishpacha went back to Brookline. Well, anyway, I found out from Harry Valinsky that Brookline was burned to the ground by the Germans. There were only 2 or 3 brick homes that were standing. And he took us to the cemetery. I wanted to see the cemetery. The cemetery in Brookline is about 900 years old. And the trees are so tall that the sunlight never hits the ground.
Wow. That's incredible.
Unfortunately, when the Germans came on August 4th, 1941, they rounded up all the Jews in the town, somewhere between 600 and 700 that were left, and shot them all.
Oh.
And there's a mass grave there.
Did you hear
There's
that?
2 stones, 2 monuments, one in Yiddish and one in Russian. I have pictures, I just didn't bring them today. And also there, which I don't see here, on top of the grave, there is a concrete cubicle.
Kind
Yes,
of-
it's rectangular.
Yeah, they used to
Like
do it,
it's,
yeah.
and I'm told this is just their
Yeah,
style.
this-
This is just the style, the way they do it. And I also went to a place called Ribbenissik, which is
Oh, I heard that I reminiscing.
well, but Ribbenissik
I
in
have a little
Brookline
town.
is not Ribbenissik, it's Rabini, R-I-E-B-I-N-I. On the map,
I remember you, Dad, and David used to talk about Rabbinistic, about you're just. I would never remember. that.
Ribbenissik, how can I forget it?
But you know about that your grandfather had a store, a shoe store, and then he was renting the 2nd floor to a young couple, and this couple tried to run away, and came to them and asked them, "Would you like to go with us together?" So your grandfather said, "Oh no, they know me here. Nobody will touch me. I was born here. We don't have to
Thanks for
worry
you
about
guys.
that." So they all got killed, and Ben, tell them what date that they got killed.
August 4th, 1941, the Germans came into town and rounded all the Jews up with the help of some Latvian
Of
fascists,
course.
because the stone makes mention, it doesn't separate the Nazi fascists versus the Latvian fascists. It just says fascists, and there clearly were. I have a book, which I just bought about a month ago, which describes the Holocaust in Latvia. And I called the author, who lives in Ithaca, New York, and teaches at Ithaca College, and he is 68 or 69. He was in Latvia during the war, and so I asked him how it was. His answer to me was, if you weren't Jewish, things weren't too bad. Anyway, we also went to Rabini, which is where my father was from. It was 35
you
miles.
remind me now,
Ribinisic.
They were talking about Ribinisic.
Ribinisic or Rabini is about 35 miles south of Varklan. And the reason I knew it was 35 miles is my father told me that as he was courting my mother, he would ride his bicycle from Rabini to Varklan to see her on the weekend.
Oh, my.
The roads in Latvia were quite good. They're not 4-lane, they're 2-lane. It took us about 3 hours to go 120 miles to get to Varklan. Varklan now is a town of about 3,000 people. There's only one Jew left, but the town is nothing of what it was before the war.
How big was it before the war?
About 3,000. Half were Jews.
Oh.
To me, a town of 3,000 people, half
were Jews.
I mean,
It's
it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And they always elected a Jewish mayor. The Gentiles perceived that the Jews were better managers than where they were, and they always elected, Varklan has always had a Jewish mayor.
Wow.
There is another woman whose name is Elka Weinman. You remember Manny Weinman? You don't remember Manny Weinman.
From here?
Well, he lived with the Misleys for a while. He was a nephew to Ben Misley. He was Ben Misley's sister's son, and he's the same age as I am. And so his mother and his aunt, when the Germans were coming in 1941, begged his grandmother, who was Elka Weinman's mother, she was 56 at the time in 1941, begged her to come with them. Her answer was, "Oh no, I'm too old, they won't bother me." So they left.
Of course,
Elka's mother was murdered with the rest of them. And Elka's sister, Manny's mother, died of starvation and typhus in Russia. And Elka just adopted on the spot, as it were, Manny and his brother. And then when they came to this country in 1948, they settled in Detroit.
Tell me, at what point did your father leave?
1938. That was for economic reasons. And as it turns out, I called Elka when I got back. Elka used to babysit me. And she babysat me, she remembered very specifically, because my mother was trying to promote a marriage between the local doctor and some woman.
Making a shidduch, huh?
Making a shidduch, that's exactly right. And she did it. I guess you get, what do you call that? There's a certain kind of money that's a name. I'll have to ask your mother when she gets up.
Yeah.
But that, in Europe, that was a business.
That was a matchmaking business.
A matchmaking, but there's a certain there's a certain description. We'll get it when she returns. And
so how old was your father when he left?
35. He was 35. My mother was 32. My mother was 33. I was 1 year old. They came for economic reasons. They did not see Hitler on the horizon, and they had, beginning about 2 years before. Apparently, it was at the extreme desire of my mother to come here, because all of her brothers who would come had done very well. They would come back and visit.
Her brothers were the Misley family, right?
No, it was Mrs. Misley, but they didn't come until 39. Oh. They came about September 20th after Poland had been invaded, and whereas we went on the train through Poland, Germany, France, and we got the Queen Mary at Cherbourg, they had to go to Sweden because they couldn't go through Poland. Poland had already been invaded, so they went through Sweden, and it was an economic.
What made your parents come to Plattsmouth?
Not Plattsmouth, Tecumseh.
Tecumseh, the farm. They had a farm, right?
They had a farm there, but the reason was, no matter what business people were in Europe, and my father was in the wholesale meat business, when they came to this country, everyone was put in the car business. Why were they put in the car business? Because the first one who came, Ben Novak, that's what he learned.
Mhm.
And that's the only thing that he knew to teach the second one, to teach the third one, and so on. So my father came, and that's where they found a garage.
And
where
was
it
he,
becomes
and Ben Novak was through your mother?
You're right, they're all my mother's brothers.
Brothers. Okay.
Your father was my father's only living relative. The rest of them were all killed.
Right.
The rest of them were all killed.
Right. Well, I knew that your father was the only relative we had.
That's right.
Because my mother
That's right.
didn't have any.
That's right.
And,
That's right.
That part
That's
I knew. That's very
then
interesting
we
stuff.
spent the whole day, and I also found out that there's some huge cemetery in the suburb of Tel Aviv that has tens of thousands of graves. Is that right? Do you know this? Well, anyway, there
in
is
Tel
a
Aviv?
stone there
Probably.
in memory of the people who died from Barklan. And every year, May 1st, the people from Barklan, the survivors and relatives, come back to say a prayer. Mr. Siegel told me that every year there are 3-4 people come to Barklan from all around the world, mostly now ancestors whose parents or grandparents were from Barklan, and they come, they just wanted to see where their roots, where they came from every year. This year he had one from South Africa, one from Belgium, and one from England. And I was the fourth one from the United States.
Wow.
And Edith Block.
Now, and Edith is the one that hooked you up with him?
Well, no, that's another story. Al Sorkin, who now lives in Denver, was doing a study, a family study. And he called me and told me that there's a man in Denver who came to this country in 1980 by the name of Zell Ginsberg. And he, although he was born in Riga, he spent all of his summers in Barklan. And so I called him, had many conversations with him before I went, and he told me about Shalom Siegel. So I knew, but also Edith Block found out that there was just one Jew left. There are still 10,000 Jews in Riga. Before the war, there were like 38,000 Jews. Riga's a beautiful city. Riga's a beautiful city.
You know, Joe and I went to Paris.
I knew Joe did. I didn't know you went. How was it?
It's great.
Do you know how many Jews there are in France?
There's a lot.
750,000. There are more Jews in France than any other country in Europe.
Well, we were at this Joe Goldenberg restaurant, and we were sitting down eating, and this gentleman sits down, and you know, in French restaurants, you are like on top of each other. So we started to chat with him, and he was from Hungary.
Budapest?
And he, to my surprise, told me there were 600,000 Jews in Hungary.
Yes.
I was really surprised. And he said they're very prominent now. They're very, very prominent. They are in high positions. They're
now, you mean?
Yeah, now.
There are still 40,000 Jews in Budapest, and before the war, 78% of the physicians in Budapest were Jewish. Budapest is a beautiful city.
Did you go to Budapest?
Yes, we went to Krakow, Warsaw, Treblinka, Auschwitz, Prague, and Theresienstadt. We went to 3 concentration camps.
You know, I'm wondering if I listen to you, you know, the March of the Living is coming up, and my son's going to probably go on that. I wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea if you talked to those kids ahead of time.
Have them come over, sure.
I'm going to.
More than happy to. Auschwitz was very moving. It was very moving when you see what they did. See, the Germans weren't very smart at first. They experimented. They experimented with the gas chambers. In 1941, they put in 650 Russian prisoners and 250 other people, and it took them 3 days to kill them because they didn't know how to. 3 days. But you can see there is one gas chamber left. When the Germans left, they blew up all the crematoria, but when the Russians got there, they just left it as it is, so you can see it. And on our tour, there were 2 survivors from Auschwitz.
Oh, my.
They'd never been back.
Oh, you're giving me the goosebumps.
And we had 1 Schindler Jew.
Oh, my.
And one of the survivors, it's just amazing. The Germans had such a simple, efficient way how they did it. The train would come in, and Mengele, or the one who would make the choice, stood 40 feet. Men went to one side, the women went to the other, and the rest went to the gas chamber. And this one gentleman who was there, he said the last thing that he remembered as he was going to his side was a woman with 5 children going to the gas chamber.
Oh.
And he said he can't get that out of his mind.
Oh.
That woman, and the other woman...
Did they know, that at that point when they were separated, they didn't know what each line meant, did they? No.
Not till afterwards.
Yeah.
Not till
afterwards. Not till after. They knew.
And it turns out... Oh my goodness, I can talk for I don't know how long.
I'm coming to your house one day.
Well, anyway, the other woman, whose name was Rose, she said she herself is over the experience. I mean, she's worked through it. She says it doesn't bother her anymore. She said, but what still bothers her is how the people must have felt just before they were murdered.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she thinks about.
But when they were stripped down at that point, didn't they actually think they were having a shower?
Some did, but I think later on they knew.
After the word got out,
and also as they were coming into to Auschwitz, the civilians, when they saw them on the trains, would point with their fingers like this.
Oh.
So that they knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
That the word, maybe early they did.
Yeah.
We also met a woman in a hotel in Budapest, Esther Steinberg. She went there the first day Auschwitz was opened, and she survived there the whole time.
Wow.
She survived the whole time of the war. Can you imagine?
I have to take a little...
We just met her. Then there's another story I must tell you. We were in Krakow. By the way, Auschwitz is about an hour and a half from Krakow. Krakow's a beautiful city.
Yes, I was there.
Krakow's a beautiful city. They have a kosher restaurant in Krakow.
Yeah.
And they have a kosher restaurant
all
in Warsaw.
the history, you got those churches in the... Oh, I was there when I was in high school.
Oh, you were?
We made that trip, but you know how many years ago.
But do you know what else Krakow is famous for now?
Yeah, I knew. What the...
Schindler's Factory.
Oh, yeah. I knew because I saw the movie.
Schindler's Factory is still in existence, but it's not. You can't go in to see it. It's a private. It's private, and we couldn't go inside. But we had a Schindler Jew on our trip too.
And so, how accurate was the movie?
He says that they made him up to be a better person than he really was.
That's what I'd read. Too.
However, when I asked him, but did he feed you good? Yes. Did he abuse you? No. But then he was telling about all the parties he had with the women and the champagne.
No,
but,
they
you know,
show it in the movie
right.
too.
But that was his way of doing things.
It was my understanding when I read that it was the end of the movie that was fabricated.
I see.
That's what I had read. You know, he gives them this long
speech. But you know, of all the scenes in the movie that hit me, the scene where the German soldiers are trying to take the children away to the camp, and he intervenes and tells them that he needs their hands for the shell cases, otherwise the shell. I mean, to me that was the most moving.
Right.
And I'm so sorry that he did not get the Academy Award. Well, anyway, Rose is married to a man who's from Poland, was born in Poland, but he came to this country to see the World's Fair. And the war broke out during the time and he couldn't go back.
Oh.
So he was in this country all during the war. And then he married her later on. How did he marry her? A woman in the camp kind of took Rose under her wing. And this woman was this man's mother.
Oh.
Who spent with his father the war in the United States. Well, anyway, we're in Krakow, and we're at the hotel, the Forum Hotel, and I start talking to this man. And his name is Bruno Zwass, Z-W-A-S-S, which is a very unusual name.
Wow.
Z-W-A-S-S, first name is Bruno. And the first thing, and he goes back every 2 years, because all of his family was assassinated. And the first thing he says, the good Lord is good for nothing. And when he said that, I mean, I know that many of the Holocaust survivors cannot forgive God.
Right.
But the way he put it, the good Lord is good for nothing. 7 words. Very short and succinct. He said that he saw his grandparents clubbed to death. And he said they didn't deserve that. After the war, he was liberated from Theresienstadt. I asked him what he did. He said he joined up with the Russians and tried to kill some Germans, but he wasn't very successful. He then went to Munich and became the chief black marketeer of Munich from 1948 to 1951, made $100,000 in grina. You know what grina is? Grina.
Money.
Grina money.
Grina.
Cash. You know.
Oh, yeah,
$120 grina.
yeah.
Paula, you didn't tell your daughter what grina is?
I'm telling her, you know why I record? Because my mind is
I understand. Okay.
too many things in my head.
Okay. So anyway, we're talking there, and then the husband of Rose comes up and starts talking. As it turns out, they're both from the same small dorf in Poland.
Mm.
And Bruno was a classmate of Rose's husband's sister.
Oh my goodness.
And so here we are in the middle of a hotel in Krakow, and there is a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a relationship. What did Bruno do after he came to this country in 1951? What would you think, Nathan?
He got into the car business.
Went to medical school.
Oh, he went to medical school,
He was
of
a
course.
doctor for 35 years, and retired, and he's now been retired for 5 or 6 years.
I always give so much respect to those survivors who made such an outstanding life after
Most,
a lot of them.
yes, yes. Your mother will get a kick out of this.
I listen.
Yes. Esther Steinberg's husband, he also was a survivor, came to this country, and they were working for a women's clothing manufacturer. And his name, I don't remember, but he decided he wanted to get in the grocery business. So his friend who worked in the clothing factory says, "What do you know about selling groceries?" And he said, "Nothing." Well, he said, "Why don't we open up our own little clothing manufacturing place? At least we know what we're doing." They'd worked there for 3 years. So they did. They rented space and bought a machine. The second day, the machine broke down.
Oh.
So they called up the guy they bought it from and said, "Your machine broke down." He said, "No, it's not my machine anymore. It's your machine."
Yeah. I got rid of it just in time.
Okay, let's stop for now.
Okay, but it was good.
November, yeah, will be 19 years, 39 years.
39
since
years.
again. Boy, what a long time. It's just almost impossible to remember that.
Yeah.
But I do remember,
you
day
remember
by
everything.
day.
She remembers a lot.
I
She's
remember.
got so much in her head, that's why I'm
And my
good.
parents remember. They would tell me all the stories about
Yeah.
Latvia.
They were talking all the time
All the time.
about Latvia.
All the time.
Yeah, I
My
remember.
dad really missed Latvia. My
He
mother,
did?
yeah, oh yeah.
Because he was talking to David all the time about Latvia.
Oh, he loved it.
They always talk about,
Oh, he loved it.
and you know, when David was unconscious, he was talking Latvian. You know that?
Who was David with?
When David got very sick, you know, and all of a sudden he started to talk Latvian. I didn't know. The nurse came over to me and she said, "Do you know what he's talking about?" So I listened. I said not one word. I don't. I just.
By the
don't-
way, there they don't call it Latvia. They call it Lettish.
Oh, Lettish.
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 Yeah, but that's Latvia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in her Polish, just like she came yesterday. My Hebrew is so bad.
Native language.
I know, but
This is
Israeli, the Hebrew is my native
Yeah,
language.
but
Yeah, but-
you were 6 years old and I
Right.
was 18 years old. So it makes a big difference.
Go ahead, you film her. I can talk.
No,
Go ahead.
it's
you go ahead,
both.
go
No,
ahead.
I don't
Go
have
talk,
Yeah,
talk.
no, it's both.
This lady, Rose, she decided that she wanted to go back to the little town where she was from. And she had trepidation. She really wasn't sure whether or not she wanted to do it. But
Yeah.
they decided. She went back. She couldn't really identify her house. But she remembered that there was a monastery across the street. So she went in there, knocked on the door.
Isn't it something?
She knocked on the door, and this young woman came, and she told her who she was. She wanted to know if there was, anybody here who might remember. There was one nun who was 80 years old.
She was the only one?
She was the only one of that age who
Who
could
could
So
remember.
this young nun introduced her. She didn't remember Rose, but she remembered Rose's father, because Rose's father raised a lot of fruits and vegetables, and he would always bring some vegetables to the monastery. And the 80-year-old nun described her father to her, so it was very clear that she really did remember.
Wow.
And she was having an 80th birthday party the next day, and she wanted to go back, but she couldn't. And she felt very good about the fact that she went back.
Felt well.
and that
Usually
she went
that's
back to her home.
usually that's what happens. Yeah.
You can write a book and another book and another book.
I told
about-
Rose that she needed to write a book about her life experiences for her. She has one daughter, she has no grandchildren. Her daughter never got married. And so she asked me, what language should I write it in?
Yeah.
What would you tell her?
Her native language.
Native, no, that's
Let it be translated?
English.
Well, English
Well,
is the most
See,
logical.
she knows Polish, Yiddish, and
But-
English.
Still, she
Oh,
should
well, in
write
that case-
English.
I told her, you write it in whatever language you feel most comfortable, and if it's not English, somebody will translate
I was going
it
to
for you.
say somebody would translate it for
By
you.
the way, speaking of that, do you know what language Elie Wiesel writes in?
Does he write in German?
Czechoslovakia.
Polish?
French.
French?
He writes it in French, and his wife translates it into English. Why French? Because after the war, he spent many, many years in
Well,
France.
he
Yeah.
knows French the best, it's a language.
That's right, and to write.
Right.
And by the way, Rose does not like Elie Wiesel. The reason she doesn't like Elie Wiesel is because he will not go any place for a speech unless he gets a big fee.
Oh.
And
She was in Omaha for a big fee. I
That's
know
right,
that.
that's right. And she thinks that's very wrong, that because of the Holocaust, he's now making money.
He's making
He's
money,
making
money.
Sock
on
gilf.
it.
Nita
Yeah.
Bistel aber a sock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Do you know what that means?
Yes,
Nita?
yes,
Yeah.
that I know.
Okay, go ahead.
I remember when the Yiddish, the only time I ever heard all this Yiddish was when your father would come to our house. And they would...
See, my father
Yeah.
really missed Latvia. My mother didn't.
I didn't know that, but
Oh.
I know they were talking about Latvia, Rebenišik, whatever.
Rebenišik and Barklan and
Barklan
Riga.
and stuff, and
Oh,
Riga,
yeah.
and they always they remember things what was going on over there, and there was always something they had in common, for something that they both went through, and that's all I can,
And
But they
le-
spoke Yiddish.
Oh, yeah.
but-
I remember lots of Yiddish.
And my father, he enjoyed life in Latvia. He really did. As hard as it was, and it was hard. I mean, they didn't have indoor plumbing. They didn't have an automobile. You didn't. They did have a telephone, but life was. They didn't have a furnace.
Right.
No furnace.
But
You
they
can imagine
didn't
a house.
know.
Huh?
They didn't know any better.
But in America, weren't those things just fairly
Oh
new?
no.
How long has the furnace been around?
Furnace has been. When we came in '38, every house we had a furnace.
Really? Oh, okay. For
Yeah.
some reason, I thought it was...
Or I remember my parents, again, it was to make money. They bought a house, 1942, from Mr. Bisbee. Funny how these names come out. Mr. Bisbee went to work at then it was Fort Crook, now it's off at Air Force Base in the factory. They bought the house for $5,000. They sold it for $12,000 to Mr. Chris Catula, and they moved to this other house. What? You remember too now?
No, but I'm laughing about that because I
Then they
know.
moved to the other house to make money. It wasn't as nice a house.
Yeah.
And I remember that house didn't have a gas furnace. We had to scoop coal. And during the war, you couldn't get a furnace. But then Mr. Gatula didn't like the house, so they bought it back 2 years later for $8,000. And they stayed in that house until we moved out of Tecumseh in 1957.
Did
to
they
Plattsburgh.
go? Did you people went to Tecumseh because some from the relatives want
Well,
you to?
Harry Novak was our sponsor.
Yeah.
And that was the only place they could find a garage to buy. They wanted to find. They wanted to.
Oh, here
Oh, hi. Well,
We're so involved here.
You ready? Oh,
Yeah.
6:15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever was going on, which young man was not in the Haganah or whatever? Everybody was there.
Harry Valinsky told me he was in the Jewish Brigade in World War II.
Yeah, he definitely told me.
What country did he...
Italy.
Was it Italy?
I think
He
Italy.
didn't tell me what country, but it was the Jewish Brigade.
Yeah, there was-
an Englishman who commanded the Jewish Brigade. What was his name?
Yeah.
Allenby.
Allenby.
Allenby. Yeah, Allenby. Well, anyway, I'll tell you about Budapest.
I'm recording someone's story.
What?
I was telling her what I was doing because I'm interested.
Tell me about Budapest. Budapest consists of two parts, Buda and Pest, divided by the Danube River. And it's a beautiful city. There are 6 bridges that go across, and you may have seen a couple of the bridges in the GE commercials on television. There are still 40,000 Jews in Budapest.
Oh, that's
We know some from home goes there.
40,000 Jews. The second largest synagogue in the world is in Budapest. It was built in 1857. They just finished a restoration of it. How many people do you think it holds in one city?
3,000.
Exactly. 3,000 people.
That's an awful big one.
Second largest is one that's 5,000.
750.
There's one that seats 5,000 in New York City, but it has it's 3 stories. There's 2 balconies.
For the women.
Main level, but now everyone sits on the main
How
level.
old was the synagogue?
1857.
140 years.
And who comes from Hungary, his family? Tony Curtis. He started a foundation that was paid for the restoration, and we were there in June. They were going to have a dedication of this in September, and in the back they built a stainless steel tree. It was beautiful. A huge trunk and all the branches, and all of it was stainless steel. It was beautiful. Well, anyway, Budapest is where Wallenberg did his work. And Wallenberg was a Swedish diplomat.
My son wrote about Wallenberg as an essay to get into college.
He did. Well, I learned some things
Beautiful
about
essay.
Wallenberg I never knew. Number one, do you know where he was educated?
He was educated in Europe. No, well, you know, he grew up.
College.
College, I don't think he
University of Michigan.
Was it
University of Michigan. Graduated as an architect.
Wow.
His family, not his parents, his family was then, and still is today, the richest family in Sweden.
Still is?
Yes. Now, how do you think they made their money?
I knew that.
In energy, in coal.
Armaments. Guess who they sold it to?
Not to
The Germans?
Germany. He apparently felt very guilty about that.
Oh.
And that's why he did what he did for the Jews, the forged passports.
Oh.
But something I did not know, he is not the one who thought of the idea. The guy who thought of the idea is a Swiss diplomat by the name of Karl Lutz, L-U-T-Z. And there's a very prominent statue of Wallenberg, but there's also one to Lutz, but it's in a, if you don't know exactly what it is, you miss it. And what it is, there's a woman who's laying on the ground on her back, and she's holding up her hand. And he's up on a tree, which is at a 45, it's all metal.
That's
Tree.
in Budapest?
In Budapest. Is on a tree, and he's laying on this trunk, and he's holding his hand down to her to help her out. And she's putting out her hand to get his help.
You know, they still have some anti-Semitism in
Budapest.
Every place is like that.
But I read in their Congress, I heard they're quibbling with how much to acknowledge and all this kind of stuff.
Also, Budapest is the home of Dr. Semmelweis, who is a Jew. You ever hear of Dr. Semmelweis? Dr. Semmelweis is the one who founded the concept that the reason women who had a baby and they got what they call childbed fever after that and died, technically it's called puerperal sepsis, the reason they died was the people who were delivering the babies didn't wash their hands.
Oh my.
Simple bacteria, huh?
That's terrible.
And he said that's what we need to do. People thought he was Meshuggah. They kicked him out of the medical society, and at age 60 he committed suicide.
Oh.
Later it turns out they realized that he was exactly right. He was exactly right. Well, no, he says he proved it. He proved it, and he thought that the others didn't. Remember, this is the middle part of the last century.
There must have been some things that led him to figure. Maybe he saw certain cases that, and other cases that they didn't.
Oh, wow.
And anyway, there's a museum there. Before World War II, this is amazing, 78% of the doctors in Budapest were Jews. 78%. It's unbelievable.
The Jews controlled Europe, and that's what Germany, I think they got jealous.
Do you know who, that's another thing I found out. The Reformed Jews were very supportive of Hitler because, financially, because they felt if Hitler didn't get in, the communists would get in, they'd be worse.
Yeah.
And anyway, the other thing which I realized but didn't, there's a lot of Hungarian scientists from Budapest. Leo Cesar, there's John Neumann, there were 2 or 3 others who worked on nuclear projects. A lot of very intelligent people who live there. It's a beautiful city.
It was a metropolitan. I mean, I can tell you in Israel, you know, they always, you know, had this the immigration by groups. So the Hungarian Jews were known as very high society when they came to
No,
Israel.
that's sophisticated.
Sophisticated and very educated because they were coming from a big city, big school, you know.
And apparently they were able
rich
to do it.
people.
They were able to do it. They
In
were able to.
Poland, you didn't come from Warsaw or a big place like
You were
Lodz,
really
and you
very
came
well.
from the small little shtetls, they were very, very poor Jews here. So there was nothing to show up for. So even in Israel we knew it. Hungarian, they were more like, you know, the
High
higher
class.
class. You could tell the way they were dressed, the education background.
By the way, did you see the movie Court of the Finzi Contini?
I don't
No,
think
you
it's
mentioned
here.
it, we never.
I don't think it's here.
No, you told
Never
me.
came.
I don't
You
think
said
so.
that was
I
about
was
what?
looking for it, Nick
You
was
told me.
telling me.
That was a month before I got sick.
Yeah, but I was looking. I
It
haven't
is
seen
the
it
story
since.
about some very wealthy Italian Jews right before World War II.
Court of the world.
The
They've
Finzi,
come here.
F-I-N-Z-I,
Yeah,
Contini. The movie was 1971 when it was first made.
Did you get it at the tapes? I mean, VCR?
We saw it back then, but we also saw it again this year with the Fine Arts.
Oh, at the Fine
And
Arts.
it was still good the second time around. And it's
I
a
will
true
look
story.
for it. Oh,
Yes.
I love true
It's
stories.
a true story.
I love true stories.
It's a true story.
I will look
What
for
else
it.
can I tell
Oh,
you?
we haven't been to movies. I don't remember. When was the last movie?
Mom,
Next to our land. Green 20 bedrooms.
What was it?
what was the size of your town in Poland?
I think there were 40,000,
That's what she always told
50,000.
us.
40,000.
I don't
And
even
how many
know.
Jews?
A big part, I would guess a half and half.
Half Jews.
Say the name again, I think. Tama.
Tomaszów Mazowiecki.
She says it
I
again.
cannot repeat
You
it.
can't say.
I had to have her write it yesterday. I couldn't.
I told you how you spell
You
it.
wrote it down.
There's another Thomas show in Poland.
It's Tomaszów Lubelski. There was another.
Okay.
Where was the town
The
located?
town was really closest from Lodz, and a little part there was Warsaw. But there were plenty of little städtlers around.
Sure.
But it totally
But
doesn't
this was
exist
a
anymore,
very
does
rich
it?
town, you know why? All the Jews had those, they were
But would you
making
see it on a
those
map?
carpets, those like the, you know, not just the regular carpet, like the China, those big they were factories, Jews, Lipschitz
No, they
was.
still have the town there. Not just.
Would I find it on the map?
There, but no Jews, no. They
Yeah,
were
even my
very
parents-
wealthy Jews there, I mean, very
Her
wealthy.
uncle.
My uncle was like builder supply. And that's what killed him, because he wanted to sail and go away. And
took it away free.
how can you leave this? He said when he went with me to, you know, get on the ship, he said, just as quick as I sell the business, I will be there. But I need the money. Such a big business, there was nobody to buy it. So sure enough, the German came, he ran away with the family, leaving everything. But he got sick, he came back, and immediately, that's the witnesses, people who saw it. They took out all his family and more people like him, right in the middle car, you know, in the small town, and they killed them at all, with the families. Even I know for sure that he sent both girls to a Hebrew gymnasium to prepare them to get to Palestine at the time. They killed them like nothing. The people witnessed it, saw it, just like that.
Crazy world.
Yeah, it's
you know?
true. He didn't want it to come without money, and he thought that...
How old was he, Paul?
Oh, he wasn't old, no.
50?
I think not more, not more.
Did he have,
I
what was,
remember his wife. That was his, wait a minute.
No, you didn't.
No, what's the uncle that I met in Tel Aviv?
That's the guy that had the tie
The Thai
factory.
business. What,
Oh,
what
the time
relation
there
was
was,
he?
no, that was,
It's
that was
Felix
that was my uncle from the father's side.
Oh, so it's different uncle.
Yeah, there were two different, no.
No.
The one
In Tel Aviv.
over there was a sister to my aunt,
Which one, in Tel Aviv?
in Tel Aviv, yeah.
Just to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
This was a different uncle.
It was a different, and you know, the thing is that nobody thinks are going to happen, But how could he not see that Hitler is around the corner and ran away? I'm sure he had some money to go away, because I find out later.
Nobody believes
You know, I
something like
find
this will
out
happen.
later that he did send money to his sister, you know, in Tel Aviv. But he wanted everything to get free, so they got killed. The children, the wife, and him. There was another aunt over there, a sister to this uncle. All of them, nobody. Just Walter. Walter was from my mother's side.
In the cemetery of Warsaw, a family by the name of Eisner, no relation to Michael Eisner, donated lots of money to clean up the cemetery and for the plaque. And he told about his grandmother and his great-grandmother. Each had 10 or 15 children. And out of all of them, there was one survivor on each side. I'll bring it. I'll show you, because he's got the plaque and he names his mother and his grandmother and his great-grandmother, and how many children each of them had, and how all of them survived.
Tell me, this Eisner, is he from New York?
I think so. And
Because
he
we
made...
were with an Eisner on a cruise, a young couple, our age, very nice people. Eisner.
Well,
And
would
he said,
be-
I'm no relation to Michael Eisner.
Right.
Eisner's what, producer?
Yeah.
But
He's
he
in
made...
Disney.
But this Eisner made a lot of money selling stuff in Poland. He made a lot of money in the past 15, 20 years.
Really?
I mean, he survived the Holocaust, but then he came to the United States, but then he started doing business in Poland. Of course, he knew the language and everything, and he made a sakel.
Why would people go back to Germany, tell me?
Why?
Why they did not learn unless they didn't learn what's going on. and
Why
what
do
can happen.
Israelis live in Germany? They have business to live in Germany?
Israelis and other
Israelis
people,
live
they
there.
go back to Germany, they're making a good life over there.
I understand that
I
the
don't
Jews
know.
in Germany now, there's no native Jews there. They're all Jews from other countries. Mostly.
Yeah, yeah. Vermont,
I wouldn't
from
go
all
there.
I have a cousin that was brought up in Israel. He's a staffer. He served in the Air Force. He was a pilot. And his mother married my mom's cousin because she hid him over through the wall. And she was a goy, and she never evident. We thought she converted when she came to Israel. She looked Ari,
Aryan.
Aryan. And we thought she was converted because she raised the kids Jewish and
She did.
everything. Oh yeah. After the kid was in the army, she convinced the husband to go back. First they went to Australia. In Australia they didn't like, and probably that was her mission anyway. From Australia she schlepped the whole family to Germany. My cousin, who is a wonderful guy, went to school there, became a doctor. All his girls are married to Goyim. He is a little bit older than I am, and he's totally German. Because what happened, the Jewish father died, and he was very close to his mother. He was an only child, and she totally, even in his later years, treated him like a
But
German.
it still didn't stop Hitler
I
to
have a
go
cousin
back
there.
4 or 5 generations to find out who are Jewish. It didn't stop him.
Not at all.
In fact, he was married to a German MD who we met in school. And evidently, he was fooling around on the side when he finished medical school. They both were doctors.
I don't remember. He came when I came to Palestine at the time. Some way, I don't know how his sister, which I was staying with, let him know that I am a real niece to him because my father and he were brothers. I didn't understand then what Neturei Karta means. So finally he came. Of course, he wouldn't eat in my aunt's house, so he brought his own, everything his own. In Israel. And you know what? He never brought his family to us. They were in Jerusalem, in the old Jerusalem, living there. He came and he was not religious at all.
So they died
Then
before?
he married a woman, a lady, a young girl, who, her parents, their father was a rabbi. So they made for him a Neturei Karta. And he was afraid to bring his kids to Tel Aviv, and this is all true. You know, every time he came, and I didn't understand it, I said, Uncle, why don't you bring the kids? The oldest, he told us, he is sitting in the yeshiva and learning. The other ones, he said, they are not so good kids. They don't want to sit in the yeshiva. So one said, he said, if you don't let me, I run away, and he's supposed to be a bookkeeper. I don't know if it's true about. Then were two girls, and kids were going from the top to the bottom. If they were 10 or 12, don't ask me, because he did not tell us everything. One day, I don't know if he remembers, a few years before we left, two gorgeous girls, I mean beautiful looking Yiddish, beautiful girls, came to the door in Pardes Chana. They knocked at the door, came in, and they say to me, you know, we are cousins. I thought I know all the cousins. They came in and I said, how are we cousins? So they told me that your father and my father were brothers. So I immediately know that that's a Priams, whoever, I think it was around. You know, they ran away. They went to Hadera, and they went to be teachers, both of them. They went to a school, and they used to come to visit, you know, we had a lot of fruit and vegetables and everything. Who knows where they are? You know, as long as we were there, the last few years, they used to come.
They're married, you don't know.
Oh, I don't know what.
How old were they then, would you say?
They looked to me like
17?
17, 18,
Much older
or
than me.
16 and
Are they older than
17.
They would have been close to your age.
This is the first time, and I told them, I said, how come that your dad ever brought you to Tel Aviv before I got married? And he said, he would never do that. That's against, you know, he was always afraid maybe we will catch up with something which is
Bad
as
influence.
bad. So the girls ran, they told me, they ran away from home. How they got to the school, and what I could not tell you, but they told me we wanted to be teachers, and we will be teachers. And the father, she said, it was terrible for him that they ran away. The boy who was supposed to be a bad one, he ran away and got to be whatever he wanted to. The oldest was sitting in Davne and Yeshiva with the Lange Pais, and the rest of them, I don't know, it's many. Asked me what he was doing, I don't remember, how he made a living. I only know that he was so religious that the children will pick up some, but three of them I knew already that they are not at home. You should see those girls, such idols.
Who was the father?
The father was my uncle, was my father's brother. They were first cousins, you know, in Gay Bay.
What was your last name?
Ziskin, just like
Oh,
me.
and what was the first name? Ephraim, you think?
I think so.
They were used to live in the old part of Jerusalem?
Or May.
No, they used to live the old part. It's still the west end.
But I don't, after I left, of course, I never had any,
Connection.
I never heard about it when I was in Israel.
Huh?
Never heard about it once.
you did never heard? You
I only
don't
know about the religious guy that Ben Senior used to go visit in Bnei Brak.
Oh,
That's
that
the only
was
religion.
from his
Do you
planet.
remember that?
I am talking,
Do you
but
remember your
this
dad
was,
used to be, you have a relative in Bnei Brak.
what was
Your
his
dad-
name?
Your dad came back and said, I'll never forget this. He came back to where we live in Omaha, and he said,
In fact,
what was the name?
China.
Shepsel. He said, she said, I will give you a little bit, he says in Yiddish, I will give you a little bit more meat, Uncle Ben, or whatever she called him, but Shepsel has to get it first.
Who's Shepsel?
Shabtai. His name was
And
Shabtai
another thing
Sofer.
I remember, that's
Shepsel, she
interesting.
says, but I gotta have first for Shepsel.
But you know,
Do you remember used to visit religious?
Yeah, that's true.
He always
Another
he gave
thing-
him the money and stuff. He gave him,
Yeah.
but the food was first for Shepsel.
but I tell you something else. The day we left Padeshana,
That's what I want to know.
his wife, do you remember her name?
Shabtai Sofer.
No, she was Shabtai, Shepsel.
I don't know,
What's
the
her
Spanish
name?
Cheskel.
Yeah,
We looked up
and
the
he was
Cheskel.
very
We
intelligent.
tried to look it
Rabbi,
up
we
in
looked
the
it up.
phone book.
Yeah, but you know, the day we left, so she did not leave my house till she got there. She said, Ben slot gesucht, also will der Frigidaire so sein mein. Die sind daheim, nein, ist der Frigidaire.
Oh, Ben Rubin?
That's what she told me, and I said, what else? She was a relative.
Oh, yeah, because Ben will...
Ben said,
Ben will
ich
help
darf
us
open
out
the
here.
fridge. And then you're of nine, the bicycle.
I remember
It was
that
a
thing.
gorgeous he got the bicycle.
Then he came, you weren't home, and he came 2 days before we left. And I remember he took my 2 sisters, or one of them, and he made the blessing. They got scared, you know, the blessing.
It took good
They got
to get
scared, what the heck is going on?
Who are you talking about? Who did it?
This Shabtai Sofer.
Who was it?
He was a cousin to Ben Rubin.
Oh, okay. Say it again.
Was he a relative of ours too?
He was a
Yes, he was.
Cousin.
He was a cousin.
You think
She
he went to
she
the
was-
she was a cousin to Ben
He went
Rubin.
for the,
They all
bicycle
visited
and all
the
that.
And he was
He had
visiting
hobbies.
him every time.
And
he went
listen,
there.
and I don't remember whatever I had left over, everything I give it to her. She came out, I remember she looked at the Frigidaire, she said, es seht aus a ganz nahe aus dem Genitz.
It's brand new.
I said, da war doch Genitz, was is then? But we were so careful that we put glass on every shelf, God forbid, not to bore out the shelves, you know.
You know, I remember that with those refrigerators.
You know, it wasn't the big one.
No, it's not that.
The
How
small.
hard it was to get them this way.
Yes.
And the only way he got them there, finally, was there was some rabbi in Philadelphia that George Schaefer knew, who referred my father to him, and he was able to get it. But the bureaucracy was impossible.
You mean the refrigerator that we had came from the United States?
Yeah.
And then the tax that you had to pay in Israel when you received it.
Yeah, but you know something else? It was a small, tiny, you know, the freezer.
6 foot
Yeah, the freezer
altogether.
was tiny. All the neighborhood came together, and they look at this Frigidaire, and everybody wants to put their chicken in my,
Yeah, in the freezer.
in the freezer.
I
How
remember
many
we
times
had
Yeah,
I
I had a
took out
swing
my
bike,
chicken?
And I got a swing
Put
bike
there.
that Michael stand,
Yeah.
and all the kids were running
We had
behind,
the
like 8 to 10 of them.
same
And when he had
Well, because all these things came
Nobody
from...
had an American
Donuts.
bike, it had color to it.
So Uncle Ben sent all this
Uncle
stuff?
Ben
Yeah, it
sent
came in
him a
parts and people
bicycle.
had
He
What did I
had
get?
Just a moment. Nancy had one too.
She got one too later
She had
on?
later, yeah.
But-
He got the kids were running out
But
there.
they were
to
running
look
in
at-
a row, you know, like
American bicycle.
American bicycle.
Oh, this
So
was
she
an
got the
attraction.
bicycle, she got the refrigerator, she got from whatever was left, I give her everything.
Was he from Barkwan too?
No, just the device. He married her.
Oh, she was from Barkwan.
She was
She
a
lived in-
relative.
Was
She lived
from
in-
Latvia or from Israel?
No, from Latvia.
A Baal had from Latvia?
No, the bar was from, I think a Polish.
Well, the husband was...
Did they live in Pardes Ghana when we left?
No, they were living in Belgrade.
So but the day we left Pardes Ghana,
They
were...
came to pick up the
Jerusalem.
She said, Benson said, sucht als ich das Ding, das ist das.
Complicated.
He wanted all the everything on his unit.
He wrote me a letter and said, give her the refrigerator.
It was a big deal, refrigerator at that time.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was a big deal.
But when I came to visit, there was not one neighbor who didn't have twice as big refrigerator I had. But in the beginning, how many times I took out my chicken and put theirs because I felt sorry for
And I
them.
remember in the early 50s and late 40s, when my father used to send you food.
Yeah.
I remember one time he was
Care
so...
packages.
No, this is
No,
before
they
care
were-
packages.
Before.
See, he didn't know about care packages.
Yeah.
What happened was you could only have so many ounces of this.
Yes.
I mean, the bureaucracy.
Yes.
Anyway, the package was 4 ounces overweight. He sent it back. My dad was so angry because, you know, they needed it. They didn't have lots of food. So that's when he heard about
Well,
care.
there was...
And then he's just started sending the care packages
there was a
because he sent him a
tenant.
check for $18.75 and they guaranteed delivery. And then he'd get the receipt back that your father-in-law signed, so he knew he got it. And the care at that time was the best.
I have a question.
Wonderful thing when
At
the
that
care
time.
packages.
Yes.
Did your father know where my father was all the time?
Yes.
Of course.
I'm just
We were-
trying to
he
connect
was in
it.
Palestine. They
Well,
came in 19...
Well, because...
When I did arrived in
Then you-
1934, he was 34 and 36. When he arrived in 34, he must have been in contact riding back to Europe.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
In
He
1939,
knew that they
when he
left
went to America, he had his address
Latvia.
in
Then
Paula
he
Schwalb.
knew, yeah.
And you have to understand, any Jew that lived in Palestine and had any relatives in the United States, they saw to it that they kept in touch because this was a lifeline.
You know,
There was no food, there was no money.
I remember.
Any help that you could get from a relative,
Yeah.
or maybe sponsorship to come to America, they kept in touch with everybody.
So why
And I
did my
remember
dad?
one
Why did my
package.
dad leave Latvia?
Oh,
Because he was a pioneer.
Everybody was leaving.
You know, I remember
He went
one
to
package,
Akshara,
there was
which is,
ivory
where
soap.
they prepare
Really?
pioneers
I will
for
never
Jerusalem. It's
forget
bigger,
that.
600
That's
I
what-
kept
was that
this
called
soap
Kula
for
thing?
so long.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
Oh, we have good.
You know, I kept this up like $1 million. I did not let it go, and it was a lot of soap, you know, a lot of ivory, you know. It was so, who had such, that was luxury. And then, you know, the packages they sent coffee and chocolate. He loved the chocolate because, you know, then where did you get chocolate? And I remember another thing, when your father came to visit, there was,
49.
yeah,
1949.
that's right. Do you, you say cena in English?
Austerity.
Yeah, and
Remember, we
so,
used to have an allowance of so much, like this month you can buy, you can get maybe
We student like for eggs and bananas.
salami, maybe a quarter of a
there's
pound.
so much meat.
Rationing.
Yeah.
Rationing, yeah.
You know,
Everything
he
was
came
rationed.
and he had then,
It was really
he had
tough.
plenty of eggs, and we didn't sell them, we had enough. Just if we sold it was just to buy meat.
What they have.
And so we had eggs and fruit and chicken and everything. Your father came and said, I am going to take as many eggs I want, and then they were checking them in the
On the road.
on the
highway.
road.
That
See,
stuff,
my
Yeah,
way
I
is
wanted to
taxi.
see what they're going to do to
They
me.
stop at
I am
taxi.
American citizen.
And they look
I
at your
don't
bag.
remember how many
Where did he
eggs.
take the eggs? He took it to.
Where did he? Yeah.
No,
The
it
city.
did not only
Oh.
they took the other one, the officers.
The general, the
The
general.
general,
you know,
yeah.
Gavish?
Gavish, his
Gavish.
father.
Sure,
You went
that's
to
His father was a nice man. I met him.
His father was.
You met him, yeah, very nice.
My dad,
He had heavy equipment.
my dad knew his father. Just from little Tel Aviv.
And you know, they
Name
did
was
not
Slav.
stop him.
Yeah,
Slav, that's
My
right.
dad knew him. He
And-
had a little buggy and a little donkey, and that's how he. This was his
And then he got into heavy
occupation.
equipment from heavy horses.
Yeah,
to
then
a donkey,
he did
then-
very well later on. But you know, he took those eggs, he said, I wanted to see who's going to stop me not
The
to,
risk taker,
you
all
know, and he said, I will tell them, I am American citizen, do something to me. For some, you know, they did not check exactly every bus,
But
but
they had.
in between, you never know which
Yeah,
is
they had
which.
spots that
He
they checked
took
you out.
everything he could because we had too much even of that. It didn't mean a thing. So he took the eggs, and then when he came back, you know, he told us nobody stopped me. I had a full thing forever. But thinking
I
that
bet
we
they
went
love
to-
him. They loved
He
him.
loved that trip. He really did enjoy that
And
trip.
he saw
You know,
David
country was
working.
poor.
Oh,
He
was
enjoyed,
this
he knew it was poor, but
Jewish.
he enjoyed the visit tremendously.
But you know,
Because
he
people
saw,
were very nice
he
at
saw
that time.
David working so hard, and he said, you come to America, you are not going to work as hard.
Oh,
If you would
sure.
work as hard
Sure.
in America,
You work hard
the way
anytime
you
you
work
start.
here, you would be a millionaire. That I remember he said. And he was feeding my chickens. I have even
Oh, I-
pictures. He was feeding the
I
chicken.
remember that picture.
Is that
Yeah.
the same trip Abner came?
No,
Oh,
no,
separate.
He did
that
several
was not it.
trips.
Yeah, that
Abner
was-
went in 52.
yeah, at 52 when she was born.
And you know
Your
why he
mother, I know
Yeah,
for
went
what.
because of a girl.
Your mother brought.
You wanted to find out,
She kept in touch with this girl. She loved this girl.
Yes, this girl.
She told me about the girl.
no,
Yeah.
she was a
Wonderful
Yemenite.
girl.
No, she was
No, she was
Ashkenazi.
living in
She was a very
it
nice
was
Married a
girl.
big-time
the
lawyer.
same place for what is name?
Like
Zwiebeln.
that.
Oh, we talked about.
Oh,
Like that.
the mother
Maybe
told
now
me,
she-
Nesmea Shamayim, you know?
what?
A
Unless a miracle
miracle.
from God that they didn't get me. Beautiful girl, intelligent. She was a teacher in a fine family. And after a little while, she saw who she got to work here with, and she gave up.
She
didn't-
gave him up.
She gave him up.
Do you remember, Paula, why my brother got so angry at my mother that he slapped her?
what
Ooh,
happened,
I
she
record.
said something, he didn't like it, and
go
you
ahead.
didn't have to, you know, he said something, she must be saying something, I know there was a discussion, maybe it was about the girl, something or whatever, yeah, there's
Well,
something
Maybe
like
that's
that.
I'll tell you what,
Yeah, something about the
there
girl.
was a dark-skinned
There
Jewish
was-
woman.
He is right, there was another one
There was
before.
another. There was my
Was she from
son.
Yemen? Wasn't she from
I
Yemen?
don't remember, but there was a dark looking
Dark-skinned one,
Yeah.
and my mother didn't like her.
So she was not Ashkenazi?
No, because she was dark-skinned.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yes.
you know, at
Okay,
that time,
not
it
Ashkenazi.
was like not marrying
Was it
within
no?
your race.
Right,
I
okay.
mean, today it's
And
not
I
that.
think Abner liked her very much.
Yeah, could be.
And she said no. Now,
And
that
maybe
does,
that's why she
and,
said
because I remember, after he came back, I remember, 52 now, I was 15,
it was
he was
depressed.
angry at her. I mean, he,
She brought you know, did you know that she brought a bride, for a bride
A
dress?
dress, a bridal
well, my
gown.
mother did?
Yes.
A bridal gown.
Well,
She was
you
fully
know,
prepared.
And they kept her in the, no, before you go out, you have to tell what you have.
Oh, you mean in the,
Bamechet.
Bameche.
we don't-
They kept her all night.
Dowry.
my mother?
No,
Because, you know why? Because she
Customs.
brought stuff, you know, like.
I thought you were talking about
They
other
kept her
things
held
for
her
him
up
to
in
get
customs.
married.
Who's,
Yeah.
who are
And
you
she
talking
didn't
about?
want to pay
His
what they
mother.
were
I
asking.
see.
What? They were checking the dress or what? Why would they
She
keep her
brought
in
a
customs?
wedding dress for a collar, just the way.
How did
Oh,
you
this,
surprise?
for the collar, the teacher?
No,
No,
for the
for the
collar.
Prospective bride.
But I know.
And
Prospective
she
bride.
brought
Annie.
another. She brought a gorgeous little dress for her. I said, Tante, wie hast du gewiss für ein Mädel? Ich habe schon gewiss, das für mein Mädel.
She brought that in.
A little dress, a
for
gorgeous
Netta.
dress. She got
She's
pictures in there.
expecting. So she asked her, how did you know it's a girl? She says,
I knew already it's going to be a girl. I remember the dress.
She had a dream. Well, that's what my father used to tease her.
Yeah,
My
was
mother,
it? That's right.
was is in the Holland, you know, she would
I
dream a
remember
lot.
that. I knew
And
that.
he would tease her.
Yeah.
Because see, she would have dreams. Now, a good sign if you dream that you were fishing and you caught a hecht. A hecht is a pike.
I
A
know.
pike was a very high-class fish in Europe.
Yeah.
But if the pike jumped and jumped, but you still caught him, that was a good sign.
Wow.
That
Never
was a
heard
good
about
sign.
that.
Huh?
Never heard about that.
My mother was very superstitious.
So was mine.
Oh, one
So was
time
mine.
in the new house on Parkwood Lane, she fell down. My father went over to her. Are you all right? Yeah. My father, what happened? He says, "An hora hat mir Stück gegeben. An hora."
I still to this day
You know
believe
what
in
I
that.
know.
We-
Oh, sure, I had.
believe in-
I don't know. She believed.
Believe me, I believe too.
Huh?
I believe. You can
believe
say
in
what
Even
you
today?
want.
Yes.
Even today.
And
Even
he
today.
laughs at me and he
Even
argues
today.
with me. He doesn't like that I'm this old-fashioned because I'm not old-fashioned. But when it
Right.
comes to superstition, to stuff like this, I believe in it.
I think some people have base Eugen.
Right.
Besa Eugen. Eugen's eyes. What is Besa?
Base is
Base
base.
is mean.
Mean.
Oh,
Mean eyes.
sure. We know somebody.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
This is somebody.
Does that mean that their wishes are always fulfilled?
That's his
And
argument
if it's
with me.
fulfilled sometimes, who's to say that their bad things will not
But
come anyway?
sometimes it happens. Sometimes I'm successful.
It's passiert.
Yes,
It's passiert.
yes,
It's
yes.
passiert.
I'm telling you.
No, I think when he came back, he was yelling at her
I
from
think
time
it
to
was
time,
something about
that-
it.
Well, but that makes sense. Wouldn't you be mad
Sure.
at your mom if she would,
but I wouldn't hit
you
her.
know, hit me?
No,
You
I
know,
wouldn't
like,
slap her.
How old
How
was
many
he
people do that?
He was born in he was 25.
when he did that?
Yeah.
But this girl
This is
was,
more typical of teenage.
you know,
Right,
the
right.
Shakti was Svidelansky.
Right.
Was this girl.
Right.
And he did everything is possible. He did to see to it that they would get married, Sweet. And this girl
She must
told
have
me
been
she
very
was
proud.
such, you know, I was invited to her wedding when she married
Yeah,
attorney
right.
from Tel Aviv. Me and David, we went to the wedding.
That's
She was
nice.
very close to me, and her mother too, and she told me, this is not for my daughter. He is not for my daughter. That will never work. Never.
They were smart people.
Very nice
There was
girl,
nothing.
very nice girl.
She also told me when the Mislik came to marry Miriam,
Yeah,
she told me the whole shidduch business, how poor Miriam was.
she
and
was.
She helped her buy stuff. She was
But you know,
Naked. She's
she was naked in Borbas, like
She
they
didn't have
say.
no
She
clothes.
didn't have any.
Do you know who was the best man at the wedding? My father.
Yes, his father.
His wedding.
How
I
did
don't know
this
who made the
shidduch
shidduch,
come
but
about?
I know
think
my
he
father,
got something to do with it.
but my
too.
father recommended, to get married.
He asked-
Julius wasn't sure.
He
My fa-
asked you, Father. I
Yeah.
know there was a time.
He took a lot of responsibility when he
I
told him to marry
remember-
this girl.
I'm lost. Whose wedding was he at?
Miriam.
And I was
Julius and
making
Miriam.
what they call punchkes,
Donuts.
like donuts,
For Hanukkah.
a lot of them. And I don't know, was it the same time? She came, and she came, and I knew it's not working. Something was bothering her, and I asked her. She said, "It's not for me. It's not."
Julius
Miriam?
and Ma'am, did they marry in this?
In Israel, 1940.
She's Israeli.
To go to America and get the.
But she was born in
Miriam
Latvia.
went like
Oh,
a
she was
Rua.
born in Latvia
She was
too?
born in Rezekne. And is a very, Miriam Mislin.
Yeah, she was
She was born in
a
Rezekne.
Barclan girl.
No, Rezekne.
Yeah.
Rezekne. Rezekne. Rezekne.
I don't know
Miriam's
which
from
is
Rezekne. Rezekne.
She had a mother and a stepfather. She had a poor life, a
She
bad life.
she came from a dysfunctional family.
Very.
Very nice.
Her father raised her.
Who
Yeah.
found her?
He found her where?
I mean, in
think-
Israel.
I
How
think
she
we-
connected?
I think
Where
we
did
should
She went there, I think by herself.
I did mislocated.
So
That
how
I
did
don't know.
people know about her?
I don't
He
know.
met her.
I think it was
I don't know.
Stevie
Probably was. Probably was.
Yeah,
Probably
but
must
she
have
didn't
made-
ask question, Miriam.
Made money.
She was only
Right.
18.
Look at
She got married.
But you know, she was like they say, naked and birth. I remember she was wearing a dress. We went on a trip or something, and she just moved like that, and the dress from the sun for so long just
So,
tore
Disintegrated.
apart all the back. And I went with her to a store to buy underwear. I remember.
She got a bra.
Because we had that, we took a, she was very,
Very poor.
but before they left, you wouldn't recognize her. She looked gorgeous. She was a good-looking girl.
good-looking girl.
She was
She still is a
less,
beautiful woman.
She was raised by her father.
everything. She
So
was
where was the
You ended up
mother?
coming here?
Mother,
In-
father got divorced, and she.
And
then
she was
made
in
nothing.
Tel Aviv, the mother.
On those days, it was
On Yaffa, Tel
Oh,
Aviv.
you
Well, I-
you never
maybe-
heard about something.
Maybe you know, on Yaffa, Tel Aviv was a store for only coffee.
Coffee.
Yeah, and the mother, that's what belonged to
I
the
bet
mother.
that my dad was going into this store because
Yeah.
he bought
Yeah,
always
Tel
good
Aviv.
coffee.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where my dad worked.
But she never complained, Miriam.
That's
She
Yaffa, Tel
just,
Aviv.
all of a sudden, what's backlight,
Every
you know,
Friday,
with everything.
She would
and
buy a whole
she's going to a
package
millionaire or
of
whatever, and there was
קפה,
even no
קפה,
question.
קובי
But the other
מין,
one
טחנו
didn't
לו
go
את
for
הקפה
it.
לפניו,
Didn't.
וזה הכי טוב היה לטחון את זה פעמיים.
Yeah, it was good,
Grind it
yeah.
twice.
Coffee.
I don't know if you, no, you don't remember, Paula. In 1956, her biological mother came to Lincoln, Miriam's.
I think I know about
A year
it.
before weekend, 2 years,
I
2 years
know
before
of it,
weekend.
Yeah, I know too.
Giving them a lot of trouble.
Yes,
And he
yes.
sent her back.
They sent her
They
back.
sent her back.
Then
That was 2 years
Misley
later.
and
Send her
Abram.
I thought it was 2 years
Put
later.
her on the,
That right?
She was the only one that showed
She
up.
remembers that. I don't know.
And I will never forget, I didn't know who she is. I went to her bar mitzvah,
She was
she
a nice
invited.
She's a nice person.
And every bar mitzvah, she was the sweetest little girl. I remember her bat mitzvah like yesterday. And I see this very strange looking girl, dressed. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody was papoose in
Yeah.
this beautiful.
she was like
She
a,
was like from the
like,
street.
Like when she comes to.
Yeah, and I don't know who was really, I think Abner was around her a lot, and they were kind of friendly, and I said, who is this girl? And then when I understood that she is to dress, and she wants to open a business of gloves and hats, and she's trying to make it in New York, and her father and mother wouldn't have anything to do with her because she's on drugs.
she was on drugs.
That is when I understood. She was on drugs when she came to this wedding.
She was like a
Yo.
hippie, you know,
Sure.
this kind of.
Oh, she
Yeah.
looked so lonely and so alone, even with all this crowd of people, and she had a lot of cousins there. And she was like, nobody would have anything to do with her. The way she was dressed and the way she behaved, she was totally on drugs. And at that time, time I heard that the father and mother decided not to have anything to do with her after trying to help her a lot. So I scared that they took the approach of tough love, and I could never understand that. How you can turn your back against your own kid. I couldn't. But then it went on for years. I always asked about it.
He knows about it. He goes to
It
Lincoln.
went on for years, and Abner used to tell me that they won't have anything to do with him.
She, as I understand it, gave them a lot of trouble. They were in juvenile court in Lincoln.
Yeah.
But she was, for a period of time, very successful with gloves.
I know.
She used to make gloves for movie stars. She really has a...
She's very creative.
Very talented.
Yes.
But I don't think she was a good business person.
That's right. Because she was saying that she has a hard time with the books. She knows how to do this stuff.
Right.
See, I mean, it was so fascinating. Oh, you were busy probably with all kinds of people
No, my mind
there.
was not on these things.
I sat and talked to her.
She's a nice person.
But she was off the wall. She was on drugs.
Last time I saw her was at Abrams funeral.
She also had a boyfriend who was a boy there. And he took advantage of her money, and that's part of the problem.
Well, she's now 40
Oh,
some.
really?
Yeah, she's 40 some. And I saw her at Abrams' wedding. She was fine.
She ever married?
She never got married.
No children?
Never got married, huh?
Never got
Oh,
married, no
yeah,
children.
yeah.
Now her sister Sharon, she was married, got divorced, has one child.
And
Of course, Betty, she's in Denver. She's a CPA. She's a comptroller. She has a good job. She works for the big electric utility there. No, she has a good job.
Wasn't she married and her husband was in the business in Lincoln?
That was not her, no, somebody.
Her husband was never in the
Never
business.
in the business?
No. The only one that was in the business was Betty's husband.
Still is?
No, about 3 or 4 years ago he got out and he opened up his own place and sells ambulances and fire trucks.
Oh, yeah, he does well.
I think he's doing pretty well. I don't know how, but I think he's doing pretty well.
But I tell you something, your father, for all the souls he had, looks still very good. I saw him at Rachel's wedding. They both of them, and she had cancer and everything.
Sure.
They both of them, and she had a little care on
You know what, Julius?
what's his name? Julius.
Julius.
Well, we saw him at Rachel's house.
Fantastic for the souls that they went through.
And he spent some time in the Huska.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. This.
But you see, he could have avoided that.
Yeah.
He was offered a deal.
50,000, never told me, 50,000 and out.
I don't know why he didn't take it.
Then he felt.
Maybe the advice
Well,
of a
because
lawyer.
over the years, he always got his way with
When
money
he
and
came
this
to
and that.
Rachel's wedding, I thought he looked fantastic because he was a short time after he was released. You know.
It's a misdemeanor, too. It wouldn't be a crime, it's a misdemeanor.
He was still a show-off. I asked him, what are you going to do? What are you doing?
Yeah.
He said, oh, I have in Arizona my place, and I go and come whenever I feel like,
He doesn't do anything.
you know.
He really does. But that's okay.
So
I mean, still
how
that
does
way.
he have enough money to
Oh.
live on? He does.
That's.
Oh, that's
See, they signed some contract with Abrams. See, when he was convicted, then he had to leave the business in order for them to keep the agency. So apparently, Abram gave him a hell of a deal. So that's one of the problems. I mean,
So he lives off that.
oh, he's okay.
What's complicated?
It's not complicated.
You said
It's complicated. You got 3 families, and basically
The one who
garage-
rescinded that contract, is that what you're saying?
Abrams signed. Abrams gave his
I
2
understand
brothers
that,
2
and now
good
is there an
contracts.
attempt to rescind it now?
Well, there was an attempt, with Henry, and of course that after 7 years they had to pay. Julius, I don't know. That's still in litigation. They're fighting each other.
Who's at the business now?
Marcia. Marcia runs the business.
Helen.
And she's there, but Marcia, I think, is really the one that runs it. Helen's there too, and so is Linda.
I was going to say, is Linda still going every day from home?
I don't know if every day, 2, 3 days a week.
Marsha is the oldest?
Marcia, Marcia's not the oldest. Linda's the oldest. Marcia, I think, is next to the youngest. Howard's the youngest. But, Gail is in California. She's an anesthesiologist. Howard moved to California to work for his father. He's very happy in the business there. And car business in Lincoln is...
Very bad, huh?
Well, the business isn't bad, but, we've been fighting for years.
They have a lot of all our people coming and getting
Cars.
European cars from them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I
they...
see a lot of Nissan in
Oh, yeah,
Omaha.
yeah, they sell a lot of cars.
Yeah.
But, they spend a lot of money for lawyers.
Oh,
They spend a lot of money to
Remember, there's a lawyer said, we have kids to feed and to
Right.
choose on,
and
just
we
like
have college too, and we want
So
to
they
go and
need
go
those
too.
troubles.
So they welcome people like those,
Oh.
like these.
Oh, they spent years.
Let's go back to Palestine.
Okay,
No, I just have to ask one more question.
Yes,
How is
too.
Henry doing? Is he getting
very
along?
well. Matter of fact, I talked to him last night. He's going to Israel in 2 weeks. He's going to spend a month there. He still works at that Toyota store.
Here in Omaha?
No, no, Lincoln.
Oh,
He's very happy with it. I'm very happy, I mean, but he works because he wants to work, not that he has to.
He says,
So now
Yeah.
the money is straightened out?
Money, yes.
well, because he got the judgment, that gives him enough to
So
live
he got
on.
the money.
He got the money.
He got the judgment and the money. He got the.
Which shows you that you have to be patient and good things might happen
Yeah,
to
but
you.
all kinds of grief along the way.
Oh, he
A
went
lot of bad
through
years.
hell. He went through hell. So, does he have relatives in Israel that he's going for now?
He does have some, well, she's got some.
Oh,
I don't know what relatives he's got, but they're very distant relatives. All the close ones are all
It's
gone.
nice that they can travel.
Yes. But he's 76, 75.
And they do keep in touch with Lily? Is
I
Lily
don't know.
okay with them?
I think so. I think they do keep in touch. I mean, they're not close, but at
But
least
they
they
are
keep in
in
touch.
touch.
How's Lily's husband? What's his name?
I saw in the
Elsie.
paper where he's connected to some hospital, mentioned his name. It's like
Nobody
opening a
sees
new
him, nobody
branch,
knows anything about him.
144th and Oakview. The hospital has a branch there.
Are you the one
And I
who
thought-
told
I saw it. No, I
they're
saw the
building a
paper.
huge house in the
Yeah,
country?
Someone says they're building way up north in the Ponca Hills and the trees.
Places that no Jews go. And they always were millionaires, so they are building like in a farmland.
Of course,
A
maybe it's
$1 million
close.
house.
That's farmland.
$1 million house?
$1 million house in the sticks.
It's not sticks, it's like a tree area. This Ponca Hills is
It's not Bunker Hill.
it's kind of like
not
so
Ponca Hill,
far.
it's the north.
More than that.
It's the north, it's not in Bunker Hill.
Well, but it's in that direction. I don't
Well,
know.
where is it? You know where it is?
It's like 60th Street, 100 blocks north.
I don't
It's way
think
up,
so.
100.
So it's
I
not
heard
too-
this by Blair.
It's probably
Just
not.
says 150 blocks north. It's not far from you where you that way. Well, it's not, remember we looked at this.
It's
one
by your farm, the
that
the
direction.
By the way, do you ever
direction.
sell that?
Yeah, she came back and rented it from us. Just by a hair. we
Excuse
had
me, is
some-
Melody still in our complex?
Melody, the girlfriend.
Jerry's girlfriend?
I don't remember.
Is
We
she
talked
still
about it
Jerry's
last week.
girlfriend? Because I
think
was,
Going across southern Wyoming, and he was living in northern Colorado someplace. And we heard this disc jockey, and the name of the show was Adrian's Place.
Yeah,
And that was him. I forgot the name of the town. but-
Craig.
Craig.
Actually, no.
Craig, Colorado.
Colorado.
That's right, northern,
Yeah.
north central Colorado. Small place.
But this was the number, that was his first job. over
He
there.
has a really good,
And then he went to car
Yeah.
business.
They went to Denver.
And then he got into the
Car
car.
business.
yeah.
He could do better if you would in the radio.
So, I did understand for years, he is such a smoothie, and he's got a way to talk. So people have done so well as a real estate agent.
Where's he from? Where's
He's New York.
No, born
London.
in England.
Born in
London.
England, but
Yeah, but they lived in New York. The New Yorkers
London.
that immigrated to
He was born in London.
Florida. His parents, you know, like
No,
all the
they
New
first,
Yorkers.
no, they went to New York.
Yeah, but
Many
then
years, and then they
retired to
came.
Florida like the rest of the New Yorkers, and he was between those places
where'd they meet?
in New York.
In New York to some
Somebody
friends,
fixed him up.
but,
Nancy moved to New York, was she working someplace there?
oh yeah, she was in the
A nice
lingerie.
job,
It was a very good job,
manufacturer.
very good job.
Very nice
She
job.
got the job immediately.
Yeah, she
just
had
when
no
she got
problem.
there.
There's one thing about her, she is very dedicated. She does a good job. Anything she does.
She
do
works
it.
now on a
Yeah.
job and
Where's
He works for Cigna.
Oh, Cigna, okay, good company.
yeah, and she got,
They
yeah.
have my insurance through Cigna.
What do I?
And
You do too.
and she says that they're very nice to her and she does it, like she took up for Rosh Hashanah and Kippur. She's worked, nobody told her, but she works more hours to pick up those hours.
For many years she worked at a place, they treated her really bad. I don't,
No, not only her, they treat
everybody,
everyone.
yeah.
So
The guy was like
Three,
an,
four girls left.
They all left.
The job to this
To
job, and they all
Cigna.
happy now.
Yeah, it's very important who
You
you
know,
work
it's
with.
interesting, where I work, the doctors, they don't keep track of how much vacation we take.
Really?
We're on our honor.
Wonderful.
And the reason they do that is that they think, and I think they're right, that when you keep track, people tend to use up all the vacation. If you don't keep track, they think they don't take as much vacation. I think they're right.
Evan has a deal now that she was told she has to use up her week because if she doesn't, it washes up.
Yeah,
It's really not fair. It's not fair.
Hey, otherwise
Why
people
is it fair?
people accumulate 2 months and take
Right.
off.
So her boss tells her, go someplace.
Right.
Have vacation. She says, Mom, I didn't plan to go nowhere.
You're not used to corporate life. That's how it is.
Yeah.
How are things at the Hebrew Academy? Good? How many
Can't
students?
complain.
350?
3, somewhere in that number, 350.
Is there a Hebrew day school here? There isn't.
Yes.
There is. How many students?
40. Small one,
40.
All the Russian kids.
Most of them Russian.
Nobody pays tuition. It's paid for them. It's really...
It's the best way. I mean,
They get everything, synagogue for free,
It's a really a shame,
communities
let me tell
for
you.
free, school for free, everything free.
If you look in the Chronicle, Ben, every Friday night we have our own little section. You know how they have the synagogues, BIV? Now we have HBHA section. It kind of updates.
Oh, they have a great school.
Yeah,
They have
it
a
is.
beautiful facility. Ours is here in the J.
Great
Your
all
girls,
three went there.
but they didn't go to this building.
No,
That was
they
way
went to
before this building.
To the old building.
Ours went there until they were fourth grade, and then they were the grade. One kid or 2 kids in the fourth grade. So it was terrible. So we moved there, and I'll tell you, I had a very easy transition. I didn't have no problem. Nope. But you know, socially here in Omaha, if you move a kid from day school, there's a certain stigma, and they're not integrated with the kids that they started in kindergarten, and that really affects them a little bit. And it's sad because my plan was for them to graduate, you know, and go to a high school.
How many are in the high school? There's lots of them in the high school?
Oh yeah, we're probably close to 100. Well, Daniel is in I would say 100 with middle school.
So 7 through 12.
6 through 12.
6 through
Oh,
12.
it's fantastic.
Yeah, Daniel will graduate with a class of 15, and Jeremy's class is 22.
How old is Daniel now?
He's a junior.
Where does he want to go to college?
We went to the college fair a couple of weeks ago. We're just starting our
So how does
our
it go?
look. Who knows? It's zillions of places. Yeah,
I
it's,
told Neda by the time if her kids choose a state school, she will have some.
God, did you see that shot? He's going to have a wholesale switch here. Kick it out.
all right.
We needed that. We're putting up some sloppy shots.
Know who you're guarding? Come on, smart passes. hustle back on defense.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
They're hitting everything that grow up. We're not hitting anything.
Help! Help! We gotta regroup. This is no good.
This is lame. What did he call?
Help! Line, help! Come on, Dennis. Let's go regroup. Defense!
I'd do another wholesale change right now, man. They're good. We're playing like hell. Our shooting is miserable. I mean, Don, we must have thrown up 12 shots already.
It looked like we could have made them just a shooting game. Let's hope they missed the free throws. We got to get back in this game. Let's go, smart shots. Daniel, help him. Help him, Daniel. Maybe the guy's playing man-to-man is what we want. Don't wear it.
For anybody, it's just rubber.
That's a bad foul. You don't want to help the other team get back in the game.
We need a win.
Oh my God. Good job! Good job! Yeah, Scotty, right, you're up there. Way to play, Danny!
We're back in the game.
Shoot it.
What traveling? He was knocked over.
Follow through, Inglewood.
Hang on to it. Oh, God. Thank you. We needed that. Good job, Danny. Good job, Danny. Good D. Good D by Danny. He should have caught the ball, though.
Let's see some Inglewood fire.
him. Come on, Jonathan. See what I'm talking about? Defense, let's go! Get your man! I mean, that was a wide open shot. It was completely over the rim. Yes, you did. Shoot, missed the free throw. Come on, Harry. Go. Do it, John. Take a three. Okay.